Chairperson of the NCOP and members. The State Security Agency has an integrated national vetting strategy which guides the implementation of the vetting processes across government. In terms of our strategy, we've tried to improve the capacity as well as the turnaround times for the vetting request. Want to state that not all public service employees have been vetted, as the volume of security vetting requests from State Department and organs of state have increased substantially and is mostly demand-driven. Of the total number of 99,516 vetting requests received, to date, 52,298 clearances were issued, while 534 clearances were denied. It is important to indicate that vetting is request-driven, and the agency is sometimes confronted with the challenge of some employees running away and refusing to complete the required documentation. But there are a number of other issues we've done. As per government and our priorities, the senior managers are prioritized, people in the supply chain and finance, including the people that are working on critical infrastructure. We're also trying to expand the capacity now in the department and also look at the decisions that have been made to look at the state-owned enterprises, and we're trying to solicit the support of all the executing authorities, whether in national departments, whether in provinces and municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Dabeskagni.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Minister, for the answer. Honorable Minister, in October 2015, the Mail and Guardian reported that parliamentary officials were being re-vetted. Why did Parliament ask the SSA to re-vet these officials?
Well, thank you very much. As we have indicated in our response to the said question from media, we do respond to the request. And it's on record that the Office of the Secretary of Parliament did make a request because of the nature of the work people they do. It might also be very important to understand that there is also different categorization of the security clearances depending on the minimum information security standard for each and every country must be able to do that. For an example, if you are going for confidential, that security clearance certificate is for 10 years. But if you look at for top secret, you go for 5 years with certain regular reviews. But we're responding to a request to a service that we have to provide.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other? Honorable Terblanche, any other? None? Honorable Terblanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I haven't made my calculations yet, but the number that you mentioned and, comparing that with the number of government employees, do you have maybe a time frame when this vetting process will be finalized? Because as I said, I haven't done the calculations, but you haven't touched it barely. You just scratched on the surface to date. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Remember the introduction of the minimum information security standard, which is a requirement in terms of safeguarding the information of the state, the various levels on how to safeguard that information. It does not necessarily mean that all employees in the state must be vetted. And as a department, as I've said earlier, this is request-driven. Various accounting officers or accounting authorities or executing authorities, these are the ones that put the request. We don't demand to say bring people for vetting. But government has been very clear to say certain areas must be prioritized as in terms of fighting corruption in the public service. And that's why we're saying we're prioritizing people in various areas, mostly around finance and supply chain, senior managers. But more importantly, we're also going to critical infrastructure now because of some of the issues we've observed about critical infrastructure that is being affected. The numbers that you might look there, they are not equivalent to the numbers of the public service because not everybody must be vetted. It depends on the nature of your job, the information you get exposed to. But internally, as we have said, we're trying to increase our capacity because we're 2 vetting agencies inside ourselves. But there is other vetting agencies done in the security cluster. And there's a clear directive to say, let's look at a single vetting agency to bring all those particular issues that are there, including the criteria we must look, including dealing with issues of integrity of those who get to be employed in the service of the state. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I just want to check. Given that South Africa subscribed to a unitary state, what happens nationally and provincially should automatically happen at the level of the local sphere. I just want to check, in terms of ensuring, even at the local level, particularly at the municipal level, there's vetting that is really taking place, especially around combating issues or tendencies of corruption. How will you really ensure that it also happens as part of the public service? Hence, you are pursuing a single public service in future.
Honorable Minister.
Engagements are happening at various levels of government. Like there's an agreement that vetting is one of the important things. We've engaged our accounting officers with municipal managers using the forum called Premiers Coordinating Forums in various provinces to expose them to the requirement of MIS, our national vetting strategy that is there. We are starting to see some cooperation. And most of the people, even in local government, most of the MMs are vetted. Most of the HODs are vetted. I don't have the statistics now right here. But in instances where we discover that people are part of the categorization of the critical areas we must safeguard, we do write, personally as a minister, I write to the executing authorities to say the following officials are not vetted, they are exposed to an important information of the state, let them subject them to the process. And the executing authorities are also assisting in many instances because some people, the questions we ask, some people, they take the form and disappear for quite some time. And if forms are not back, you cannot be in a position, even if the request is put and say we have completed that. That's why we are putting those particular stringent measures, even to say, what do we do if someone is not actually cooperating with the process?
Thank you, Minister. We move on to question number 37, Minister. That is the question posed by the Honorable Wana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. This question is linked to also question probably 56 and 57, Honorable Chair. Our answer is that in the early hours of the 27th of December 2015, a mass group of people broke into the offices of the state security. Probably, I must not use the word broke. They walked in. Walked into our offices in the foreign branch, targeting the office of the cashier, where foreign currency of approximately 17 million rands was stolen. Not the 50 million rand in one question that is being referred to is not the 50 million rand and what the media purported to be. Only money was stolen during the break-in. No computer hardware or any documentation or information that is related to the security of the state was taken. The actions that we took, immediately the matter was observed by those responsible in the organization. The matter was reported to the South African Police Services as a criminal matter into the Directorate of Poverty Crimes and Investigation, referred as the Hawks, and they were there on the scene immediately. And working together because of our own systems, were to work together with the police and be able to open an investigation, an internal one. We can then report that, as we have seen even in the media, certain issues have actually happened. There is a case number that is here. We will read the record, Honorable Chairperson, which police station in Pretoria the matter was reported to. 6 suspects were detained on suspicion of being involved in the case. 4 of them were from the State Security Agency. 3 of these individuals had to remain in custody. Out of the 3, 2 were from the department. They've been criminally charged. And the matter, they've appeared in court on several occasions, and further investigations are happening. And on the 6th of April 2016, we'll be going back to court. Even last week, they did appear in court. Investigating efforts also resulted in other individuals being identified who are believed to have assisted in the perpetrators in carrying out the break-in. Investigations are continuing because of the number of individuals that you could see in the footage. The department has been providing technical support, working closely and collaborating with the Hawks throughout the investigation. Internally, disciplinary steps have been taken against those individuals that were actually implicated or were on duty on the day. These include 10 members in the department that have been suspended. Security clearances of those individuals have been invoked and withdrawn, and disciplinary processes are starting to commence. And a number of those individuals, either in finance or security, have been interviewed, including polygraphing. We have introduced additional measures to secure our facilities, especially the issues of safekeeping of the money, including the physical and electronic measures that we did put in place, advanced access control system, and then implementing measures also in terms of the integrity, because it's an internal job, and then we have to look at the integrity of the people that you hire. Lastly, we've been in a position to brief our oversight committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, on what has happened and the process so far. We've also communicated when media actually got hold of the story to say what happened, but we've been very cautious so that we do not actually prejudice the investigation because others are still on the run. But more importantly, as a department and the ministry, we thank those South Africans when an alert was being sent that they were able to volunteer and cooperate with us. At this stage, the department has no intention to further communicate because of the sensitive nature at which the investigation is at and the stage at which the matters are before the courts. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Warner.
Thank you, Chairperson of the House. I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
Honorable Muhapi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I just want to check. I think you have explained explicitly what has been a rapid response from the side of the state security and other related institutions. But the simplest question that can be posed by an ordinary person in the street is that, are we vulnerable as the country?
Honorable Minister.
Well, the incident that happened today, it's one of those incidents that we felt embarrassed. But the most important thing is to assure South Africans that as a country we remain relatively stable. The law enforcement agencies have been able to respond all the time to any incidents here in South Africa. The fact of the matter is that this is an internal job. You cannot actually even access our facilities without the assistance of internal people there. There was no break-in. People walked in there, Honorable Chairperson, using an access card. And that's why we've been in a position using our own technology to be able to assist the police to apprehend this. And we hope that a serious message is going to be sent through the court processes, because those officers who work in our environment, in terms of their own integrity and their oath that they take when they join us, this is a serious breach of the trust that we have on those particular individuals. But the country remains safe. You can't even attempt to come and get into our building if you're not from inside. We'll catch you. Thank you.
The other one, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Minister, thank you very much for that explanation. I speak on behalf of many residents and people in this country when I say this wasn't just a theft out of the local cookie shop or the local sweet shop, because I don't think 17 million or 50 million or whatever the real value is can be taken so lightly. The question that I have, Mr. Minister, is that how can the country trust the SSA? How can we trust that you have the interests of our citizens at heart when the department has been fooled by your own people? This not only questions the effectivity of the SSA, but throws light on the poor quality of vetting of the personnel. This incident has unfortunately had a huge, vast impact on the economic position of South Africa and questions South Africa's position to be able to maintain investor confidence. Honourable Minister, how will you ensure that an incident like this does not ever happen again?
Honourable Minister, you've got several supplementaries. You're required to respond to one.
Honourable Chair, thank you. I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's correct to create an impression that South Africans, they don't trust us. People have views. When it comes to matters of national security, we have to stop our politics and put them aside. Well, one country, one people, one flag. An incident has happened. The most important thing that when the incident happened, necessary steps have been taken, and concrete steps have been taken. Individuals have been arrested, and as a constitutional democracy that we respect the Constitution, let's allow our law enforcement agencies and our courts to make a determination about these individuals. We do agree that it puts a blemish on the agency if these incidents happened. But we will always have to be judged whether did we provide leadership to deal with these things. Even in the best institution and other democracies, we can speak about those other countries. These incidents, they do happen. You work with people, people are fallible. There is not even a single family that can say, Chairperson, kunesibeti kumuzi nomuzi. Kunama-rock elements in every family. But the question is to say, how do you deal with those when they come to the fore? I'm very confident that the leadership of the department, even the oversight committee, which is our joint standing committee on intelligence, they took a keen interest. They came and spoke to us, we gave them a report, so that we can account to say what we are doing. They are very satisfied. But it's far-fetched, Honorable Chair, to say the incident had any issues to do with our economic downturn. The reality of the economic downturn is other issues in the global space that when the president addressed the nation, they were dealt with. Let's not be in a position to stretch this to other imaginations. On record, the money stolen is only 17 million. And we are putting it on record. It's not about 50 million or any other figure. It's a money that has been counted in terms of our own records as government. Thank you.
The Honourable Khayla.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, was any of the money recovered that is stolen? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Well, at this stage, there is some money that has been recovered, but other money has not been recovered. The investigation continues. I'm not going to be at this stage to be putting on the record how much was recovered and how much has not been recovered. When the police have done their work, they finalize the matter, we will be communicating to South Africans, including this House, because we account here through you as public representative. We will give those figures. But we want to commend the police. They've done a very good job, very swiftly, for people that actually nearly undermine our security to be able to think that they can dash away with the money that belongs to the state.
The Honourable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, thanks for the speedy reprimanding of the culprits. The question is there any mechanism in place that will ensure that there is no recurrence of such event? Thank you.
Honourable Sefako, that was subsection 2B. What measures are in place to prevent these criminal activities from happening into the future? That has been responded to. In that case, the last sub will go to you, Ntate Kaule.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would have passed because two colleagues have read my mind.
Okay.
Honorable Mohapi and Honorable Keila Pate. Now, Honorable Chairperson, the Minister seems to be dismissing this as just a moderate event. I want to say, Honorable Chairperson, maybe, Honorable Minister, it's not that much about how much was stolen. Even if it had been 10 rand. The issue here is we are talking about state security offices. Now, this is what I was going to ask, which has been taken by Honorable Mohapi, but I just wanted to say that, Chair, to say, don't dismiss this minister. It's serious, even if it is 10 rand.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're on record that we take the matter very serious, but we're also equally surprised when people try to score cheap political points on these matters of national security. The effect of the matter that we have taken action, we have condemned, both internal and external, it shows the seriousness, how we look at the matter. But we cannot be in a position when people try to play political games, try to underscore as if there are no systems in place. We have said on record is an internal job. You can try, Honorable Member, to go to state security and try to break in. We'll catch you. Unless we are going to actually try to do the exercise working with internal people. The people walked in using an access card. There was no shoot-in. Therefore, our message is that these matters, we take them seriously. We are bringing people to book. The effect of the matter, that one of the issues that we have said even in the Major's chair here, the taking away of a security clearance is a serious issue. You know that if you don't have a security clearance, it's been taken away. You can't work in the state. The question to say that we took a decision in our own NGC that people who are working in this sector must be rotated on an ongoing basis so that you don't have the problems you experience on Enron. It's a serious issue that we're actually doing. The vetting that we're actually doing, again, revetting of individuals, including looking at how do we tighten the criteria on vetting to deal with integrity of individuals. Unlike just to ask a question whether you've been guilty or not before in the past, we go deeper than that so that we can understand your profile and your psyche, so that we minimize the elements of rogue elements. Rogue elements, they exist even in the best institution in the world. We are not an exception. But the question is to say, those isolated incidents, what do you do when they arise?
Thank you, Minister. That takes care of question 37. We are moving into question 56, Minister.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, question 56 is the same as the matter that has been raised on question 37. But what we wanted to correct on question 56 is the amount that was purported to be stolen. Again, the figure is not 50 million, is 17 million. That's only. Secondly, Chair, what actions have we taken? We've responded to that. The only matter that I think, Chairperson, we could only respond on question 56, which we have already dealt with somewhere else, is the number of people that were involved. There were 6 people that were detained. 4 out of the 6 are from the department. 3 were criminally charged and they are undergoing the court processes. And 2 out of the 3 are from the department. And then mathematically it will go without saying that the 1 is not employed and then the 2 are employed. And internally we've responded on the other issues to say 10 suspensions have been effected, security clearance is invoked, and disciplinary processes are happening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Labuska.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Yes, I am aware of the fact that you've answered both questions in the. Thank you for the detailed answer. But, Minister, you referred to the vetting process, and I respect that. But we cannot overlook the fact that, based on the fact that you walked into the office, there was no break-in, that is an indication and could be an indication on the integrity and the effectiveness of the vetting process as is, especially as you provided yourself the answer in saying that 4 of the people were from the department, which could be part of a vetting process that was not effective, but some of the people were not part of the department and were not employed, that cast another light on the vetting process and access and all those things. So I would like to know, what will the department do, what steps are in, what plans are in place to overview this vetting process specifically for your department and all other departments, as people have to be rotated to ensure that this will not take place. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. With respect to the integrity of the vetting process, the system is tight. That's why people are running away from them. We ask difficult questions. We interview very thorough. Even members of Parliament who are serving in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, they know it's a difficult process. There is even one person who's supposed to be a member now is running away. Has been running away for more than 6 months, a member of Parliament. It's not an easy process to be subjected to. But we must not be in a position when we look at human behavior and try to actually equate it to a system. There are people who take an oath on a number of things that they will never do 1, 2, 3. But people, because they are people, they are fallible. They do these things. The measures that we've agreed we are going to improve. I've answered the question of vetting, but we have said we're going to do rotation of staff, revetting, rotation. We even said we're going to do integrity and the lifestyle audits. We even, when President was addressing the NGC, said that we must subject ourselves to lifestyle audits and be able to answer the question, how does our fortunes change overnight? Can we account? We hope that even members of Parliament, they will volunteer to do so. And all of us who are working in our country, so that we are transparent about our riches and our wrecks. We need to do that. But to try to create a statement as if these people were not vetted is not accurate. They are all vetted, have the vetting certificates. But we think we can be able to do more because we are not actually 100% capable to control human behavior. Some of the things people, they try to do them for one reason or the other. We can try to put internal controls. And these are the ones that we've looked at. And members of Parliament and NSOP in particular, are welcome if you have suggestions to say how can we actually add other measures other than the ones that we have thought of as mitigation measures.
The Honourable Mukwele.
Minister, it is clear that your department doesn't care about the safety of the country. The manner in which you are responding to the questions that are put before you, it's a clear indication that you are not ready to secure this country. My question to you, Minister, is that after all these things that happened within your department, the stealing of money and whatever that you have done in terms of vetting and all those things that you mentioned before us, did you do the vetting before or after the incident happened? Secondly, did you implement the security measures, proper security? It will sound as if it's a joke. It's not a joke. We are talking about national importance here.
Order. You are addressing me, Honourable Mukwele.
Yeah. Relax, chill. Did you implement those security measures within the department after the incident has happened or before the incident has happened? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister. Order.
Chairperson, thank you. Well, we are serious in keeping South Africa safe. And many South Africans are recognizing the work that is being done by the law enforcement agencies, especially the security forces as defined by our constitution. And the people are able to sleep safe, including those who are trying to do anarchy in the country. We protect our citizens. Therefore, our primary objective and the oath of office that myself and other colleagues in the security cluster have taken, we have kept this country safe under difficult conditions. When certain South Africans, they don't understand that the security of the country is everybody's responsibilities in terms of their own conduct. Therefore, we can assure South Africans who will do whatever it takes, irrespective whether you are a South African or non-South African, we will secure you. But those who seek to undermine our country and do things that are unconstitutional will defend the Constitution. With respect to the measures are in place. Why on record, there was no break-in. It's an internal job of people using our access controls, collaborating with the others. In other words, we collaborate in the commissioning of crime. Hence, those individuals are brought to book, and we are satisfied that they are brought to book. But in any governance, if there is an incident, you trace back, you review, and say what do you need to do better. And Honorable Chair, we have given the measures that we're actually doing as part of our review, strengthening of our systems. But I'm saying the systems are tight, but they could actually be tightened very further to be enhanced. If the member thinks has the capacity to go in, or any South African to get into our premises, let them try it, and we'll be able to respond. And because unless we are being assisted, by ourselves, you will not be able to get into our premises. Even if you are highly trained, you can't get in. And then
Order.
Our conclusion, Chairperson, the incident happened, we have learned, but we remain secured. And we will continue to actually focus single-minded to keep South Africa safe and follow those elements that will seek to actually derail our country and make our people not to be able to continue with their lives.
Thank you, Minister. We proceed to question. Are you on a supplementary? Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought you recognized me earlier.
No, I didn't see your hand.
I humbly apologize for that, Chairperson. But the Minister asked for proposals from the NCOP on how to better this ministry. Firstly, my proposal would be to incorporate it into another ministry so that we can reduce the size of the cabinet. It might
I
be
didn't hear the Minister asking for that proposal, Honorable Julius. He did.
I'm just giving a proposal first, Chair.
You will respond. I'm sorry I interjected, Honorable Julius.
Yes, Chair. Did everyone hear me? I said the proposal is that we incorporate this ministry into another one to reduce the size of the cabinet to save costs for our country. Chairperson, my question is, or my observation is from the minister's response. You can walk into a building. You don't walk into a safe. How safe is that safe that you can walk in because it wasn't broken into? You can walk in through a gate or access. How safe is this safe? I want to know. How did people walk into a safe, and how many people have access to the safe? I mean, it's impossible for me to believe state security. You can just walk in. The minister says it wasn't a break-in, it was a walk-in. You don't walk into a safe. Even a bank, you don't walk into a safe there. Thank you, Chair.
That was the question. Honorable Minister.
Chairperson.
Order.
Honorable Chair of the NCOP, thank you very much. Well, Chairperson, you are correct to intervene. Those of us who are parliamentarians, we took an oath, and we must understand the Constitution and the laws of the land. He has no jurisdiction about how cabinet must look. Only one person called the President of the Republic. Therefore, it's very important that the advice that we get to be given must be constitutional. With respect to the issues that are being raised, how safe is a safe? Very important, Chair, that members, we cannot be choosing which information. We say it was an organized internal activity. I'm not going to go to the details how those particular individuals have done the operation, but the reality is that there was no break-in. It was a walking in from various points that you can access the systems, including how the safe was accessed. Allow the police to do their work, very competent. And let's allow those individuals who are appearing in court to be able to answer how the operation they did them, and be able to be given the send a message that you cannot work for an organization. You wake up for one reason or the other, and you start to actually work against your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We move on to question number 42. It is the question posed by the Honorable Kosi Towejani. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Illicit financial flows are illegal movements of money or capital from one country to the other. It usually takes the form of drug cartels using trade-based money laundering techniques to mix legal money from the sale of used cars with illegal money from drug sales. The importer using trade misinvoicing to evade custom duties, Veto income taxes, a human trafficker carrying a briefcase of cash across the border and deposited it in the foreign bank. We know that our former president, President Mbeki, was assigned by the African Union to commission the work about these particular issues, where the report was received by the head of states and government in the AU summit in Addis, where it was reported that more than $50 million US are stolen from our country, from our continent. And a number of measures have been agreed to say what we need to do, from legislation, sharing of information, and doing other things and raising the awareness. The issue of illicit financial flow is a matter that has been flagged in the National Security Strategy for the Republic. As the agency, we work within the security cluster to conduct investigation and related matters to the combating of this phenomenon. We must be able to add that these agencies, they've been able to deal with these issues either in our ports of entry like OR Tambo International Airport, or Libombo Border Gate, and in various instances where we're able to deal with these particular issues. In addition, we are providing training and raising awareness among foreign intelligence services in our region so far as to around illicit financial flows are concerned, so that we can solicitate our cooperation and sharing of intelligence. We're also participating in the activities of the Financial Action Task Force at international level under the Financial Intelligence Center. We're also active support that is provided by the National Intelligence Code Coordinating Committee to finalize the national strategy on the illicit economy. One of the focus areas being the national strategy on illicit economy is the matter of illicit financial flows. But lastly, we are working close with our lead department on international relation and cooperation, DECO and National Treasury, on the creation of multidisciplinary strategy to cap such illicit financial outflows. Thank you.
The Honorable Kosi Towejani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Minister, for the response. I wanted to believe that all of us we are aware that this particular syndicate is a cause for concern for our country. It is not just only about money, it goes with, you know, serious criminal activities, including murder and what have you, because the people who are transiting this part of the law in our country and in the continent are the most dangerous, you know, individuals who does not have mercy. I would want to check the pervasiveness of the, you know, the intention of the department to make sure that this thing, one way or another, we brought it to an end, because if we are going to continue leaving it the way it is, robbing ourselves of, you know, taxes that we were supposed to benefit, and the rest of all those things, which also, in a way, it smuggle the drug-related, you know, businesses, which is dangerous, you know, to our society. What is that we are doing seriously outside the continent as a country to make sure that we reduce, you know, the burden of this challenge? Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As we have said, we are working in the international arena to curb this, because most of the time these flows, they have everything to do with transnational organized crime in totality. And our law enforcement agencies, various departments in the security cluster, we are working with our partners across the world, and including countries that we have relations. But secondly, we are also very active because we are worried about that if this can be allowed, some of these monies can actually be involved in the funding of terrorist activities, where South Africa can become one of those countries where they plan, you do logistical support. That's why our Financial Intelligence Center, it has been strengthened, and we are receiving that. That's why all the intelligence services using what we call NICOC were able to share that particular information, working including with the economic cluster. But you are correct that if there are certain companies and individuals that take this, it robs us of an opportunity to have the relevant tax revenue base that could be used by the country to discharge its obligation as promised in our manifesto. But we're also seeking the issues of collaboration of countries. There are known countries that because of their tax regime systems that is there, those particular countries, Honorable Chair, they become tax havens. So that you could be in a position to get that collaboration that even if you wanted to recoup that particular money from those countries. That's why if you look at the report by President Mbeki, there's an issue about how should we actually put those legislative mechanisms, the issues of the collaboration and coordination, but most important, the issues of recovery. Because you might know that certain goods have gone to this another country. But if that country doesn't want to play ball, you will not be able to actually bring it home. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I do not have any other hand to Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Esak.
Ke a leboga, Mme Modula Stilo. Honorable Minister, ke lebogela responde ya gago to this mare. Ngongorego ya ka e nngwe gore jaaka department go tlogela gore you interact with other departments, you're doing this, you're doing that. There's nothing from your department that says this is how we are going to deal with this problem that is facing our country. That the effect is dealing negatively towards the country in general. I'm appealing to you, Honorable Minister, that when you answer us, you must come, don't tell us about the strategies and the plans. That issues we know. We know that you've got strategy, you've got plans, you are interacting with other departments, but what is it that you are putting in place that will make sure that the financial illicit flow, it reduced, and at the end we don't have it as the country? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Chairperson,
Order.
We don't work in silos. We play an important part. The Department of State Security, we collect information, and it's evidence-based. Intelligence is evidence-based. The actual tradecraft. That's why when we make statements as a security cluster to say we do intelligence-driven operations, we're not only interested in the outflows, we're also interested in the inflows. I'm not going to come here, Honorable Chairperson of NCOP, and say who's bringing money illegal. We know them. We know them, individuals. We know every day who brings how much. We know. Why would that Libombo incident of millions of rents that were being covered, should we be actually standing there in the rooftop and say, this is what we did? The most important thing South Africans are interested in crime is being brought down. How do we do it? They are not concerned about the methodology. We're involved. Home Affairs leading us there, SARS and everybody. We took that money at the Libombo border gate. Several busts have happened in OR Tambo, Lanseria, and many other airports. Probably, Comrade Chair of our cluster, probably we need to start to deal with these other individuals who are actually bringing money, millions for other activities in the country, because we have the information. And we are acting, and when we act, Chairperson.
Order. Order.
Chairperson, in terms of my training, I can't discuss operations. I respond on policy. You hold us on policy. You hold us on strategy. That's the accountability. We are coming, irrespective of your position. Get money in a wrong way, we'll arrest you. Take money, whether you are a company or not, try to take the money that is due, that we should be using in our taxes. And we're doing well. That's why we have strengthened our own economic intelligence unit in the state security agents as a response to deal with these particular issues. That's why if you look even on the illicit economy, look at our strategy. We even spoke about environmental crimes. Even the question of rhino poaching, the incidents that you see, well-coordinated work of the security cluster, intelligence-driven, perpetrators that are actually depriving us the returns on our natural assets who are making inroads. I hope that members, those who have people represented in the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, they will find an opportunity to be brief, because at least to those people, we account in details.
No, actually, honorable members, honorable minister, we would not encourage that. Members of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence are vetted and cleared.
They must be vetted to this one.
And are under oath. The rest of the members are not. Honorable Esak.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, yeah, it's good to hear what you have to say, but my question is just based on what you've just said. I've decided to just change my question on the spur of the moment, but it's an easy one and on a lighter note. Based on what you have just explained, that lots of your information is subject to intelligence that is privé, perhaps you'd be able to explain to the House and to the country, with the information at hand, besides passengers to a wedding, what else then did the Gupta family bring in through through Waterkloof? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Well, Chairperson, one of the things that we observe in our oath is not to make insinuations and also speak on issues that are not facts. Intelligence as a tradecraft is evidence-based. I don't have such kind of an information. If the member wants to bring what he reads in the papers as facts, we'll respond to a factual information you put. And unfortunately, also is not even part of what we're actually doing here. If a member thinks that there is a particular family that actually that is being purported to be involved in criminal activities, the honorable thing to do as an honorable member of the House is not to be an accomplice. You are helping the law enforcement agencies. You take the information, you provide the information, and allow the law enforcement agencies to be able to take its course. But to be an honorable member that seeks to create aspersions without a recourse is not going to be actually taking the country forward. That's why when we say matters of security, they are everybody's business. Ngesiswati ke sithi ke nawe uliphoyisa.
Honorable Minister, we are moving on to question number 57. It is posed by the Honorable Labuskaghni.
Chairperson, with respect to question 57, with respect to the white paper on intelligence, we have not been in a position to table this. We had an intention to do that, but our discussion between ourselves and the leader of government business, we are trying to prioritize the legislation for this particular year. Secondly, with regards to legislative amendments, we had some discussions amongst ourselves and say the Intelligence Services Oversight Act, 94, Act 40 of 1994, we needed to create a provision just to deal with the cul-de-sac we've faced, the absence of the Inspector General. That if we had made a provision of a deputy IG in future with the terms a little bit synchronized, we should be able to do that. But our intention was actually to bring the white paper this financial year. But after the discussions with the leader of government business, we'll be able to confirm with our Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence to say, are we proceeding or not? Well, there are other legislation that we have an interest in, that the one of cybercrime and related bills that is going to be getting into the parliamentary process because the Department of Justice that we're working with as a cluster is on its way right now. Thank you.
The Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Will you please be able to tell us when in 2016, sorry, I nearly repeated the same question. Could the Minister please explain to us the oversight role over the SSA and whether the SSA will be updating its outdated system?
Chairperson, I'll have to be assisted. I couldn't hear the last words about the what system. Please.
Honorable Labuskaghni, please come back and...
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Could the Minister please explain the oversight role over the SSA and whether the SSA will be updating its outdated system?
Honorable Labuskaghni, I didn't think I heard you correctly. That's a completely new question. It's a completely new question.
Chairperson, it's a completely new question, but if the member wishes to place the question for written reply, it's okay, but it needs to be much clearer, crystal clearer, because I'm trying to know, I have too many systems I have. I don't know which one, whether it's the IT system, whatever systems, we will need to actually to get it to be a written one, but more clearer so that when we respond, we're able to respond accurately.
Chair, may I point of order?
You are on a point of order, Member.
Point of order, Honourable Chair. My first question was in terms of the Intelligence Service Oversight Act. Now I raised the follow-up question about the oversight role that has to do with the Oversight Act. And then I ask, when and will you update the outdating system, meaning will you update the Act? And how are you going to prioritize? I can't see how you can see it as a new question. Thank you.
Minister.
Chairperson, thank you. Firstly, we don't do oversight on ourselves. who are the executive. The Oversight Act places the responsibility through the Office of the Inspector General, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and we can account like we're accounting now. It's on your table. But we've noticed that in some legislation, we can be in a position to initiate ourselves as the executive in the interest of delivering on our mandate. We've noticed that on this Oversight Act, the absence of an officer called the Deputy Inspector General is one of the important additions that we think all political parties are going to support when we are to deal with an instance where you have no IG for more than a period of 8 months right now. The other legislation, as I have said, the white paper is a matter, there are discussions amongst us in the executive. When we have made up our mind, we will advise Parliament so that through the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and then we'll be able to proceed. There is no other intention to bring other legislative review or introducing legislation. Unless members, using your constitutional provision, want to introduce one, it's okay.
Honorable members, there is no other supplementary on this particular question. We produce, Minister, to question number 43 posed by the Honorable Mohapi. It's the one on cybercrime.
The National Cybersecurity Framework was approved by Cabinet in 2012 with the responsibility of coordinating government response to cybersecurity matters. This includes, among other things, developing policies and establishing structures to combat cybercrime, cyberspace espionage, and cyberterrorism. As we have noted in our budget vote speech last year, securing our cyberspace is a collective responsibility of government, the private sector, and the entire society. During a recent cybersecurity conference, which we hosted together with government departments, the private sector, academic institutions, we agreed to implement a coordinated approach in dealing with cybersecurity concern, and this included the need to develop academic programs that focus on developing the required technical skills, awareness program and civic education, and investing in research and development. Within the security cluster, we have embarked on a structural process to build capacity to respond to cyber threats. The Department of Telecommunication, working with all of us in the cluster, late last year, in partnership with the CSIR, they were able to launch a cybersecurity hub which serves as a platform for the private sector and the public to share information how to manage online safety. Some of the institutions that we've already put in place is a cybersecurity center, the government CSIRT, which is the monitoring and response to cyber incident. Cybercrime, which involve electronic money laundering and fraud, phishing activities and racketeering, is a matter that remains top priority given its prevalence and the associated losses, which amounts to hundreds of millions of rands annually. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, allow me to start by commending the Minister in terms of their responsibility. Minister, your department and the whole cybercrime unit apprehended a 50-year Serbian man for utilizing ATM card skimming devices. Not only that, there were 2 couples from Bulgaria who were also using clone bank cards, which were, who were apprehended also on the 2nd of December 2015. Chairperson, it's very clear cyber attacks are real and globally. Sometimes in 2013, it was reported that South Africa was number 3 in terms of phishing incidences. Honorable Minister, in 2014, it's also reported that 5 billion was lost as a result of cyber attacks. Over and above, cyber capacity skills constraints is a challenge globally. Any intervention measures from the side of our country in terms of addressing the cyber capacity skills constraints? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our agreement in our cybersecurity seminar was to build the skills pool. and actually build cyber warfare experts. That's why we've agreed with universities, working amongst ourselves as government to say, we are offering bursaries now, including even our own intelligence academy. One of the intake, which is in the biggest numbers, is around these particular skills. But we have also said that South Africa, so that we can be in a position to protect ourselves, investment on research and development is going to be very key. The system that we can call it the early warning system is developed by South African in the CSIR. And in our world, whoever does the command and control has more advantage. Therefore, even the software that we are able to deploy must be South African based. That's why working with the private sector, academic institution, we think we could be in a position to do more. And South Africa remains a leader when it comes to these particular issues. But we have set other intervention, awareness campaigns, because South Africans, even those that we think that they are enlightened, Chair, they do actually become victims. You find someone working in government, earning well, and think he has won a competition, Chair. And they say, how will you win a competition when you have not actually even entered into the competition? We are putting all that important information. And this ignorance, we must start to work on it. A lot of criminal activities that are taking place. That's why we said civic education and awareness is going to be one of the biggest drivers, while R&D and investment in skills is going to remain our core.
Thank you. Honorable Mateus. Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Is everyone finished with their greetings?
Honorable Mateus, don't greet them.
My question is, we've spoken at length about cybercrime in terms of criminal activity. I want to talk about cybercrime amongst our most vulnerable, which is our children. You know, we've got kids who are on social media so much today. There's criminals on social media that target our young kids who end up in prostitution and all sorts of things. So what do we have our social security cluster doing in terms of monitoring that and making sure our children are safe on cyber? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. We do our part in terms of monitoring of these platforms, because we do monitor certain specific words. But also sometimes we cannot be in a position to be there all the time in terms of certain information where people try to enter into our systems. But as we have always believed, like President has said during SONA, partnerships are the key. Working together, we can be able to do that. That's why when there was an incident here in Cape Town of a youngster that nearly left the country and joined ISIS, our clear call remains the responsibility of good parenting. Have an interest. What is your child doing? These gadgets are the best gadgets to give our children. But we have a responsibility to know in this platform, what are your children up to? There are incidents, even of elders, trying to become there's a cupido in the system there, trying to find a wife of a husband here. We know, even of an incident where someone had to post money on a person you don't even know. Elders themselves, they need to be conscientized. The issues about the sex pests that are there, Honorable Chair, is a reality. That's why we're saying putting more civic education, alerting of our people, the advantages that are there in the technology, because it provides those endless opportunities. But the downside of the other activities that if we don't play our part, even terrorist organizations, they don't have to put their foot into the country. They recruit people here, arrange everything here until you leave the country. And we wake up one day, we are saying your child is missing. Or you wake up one day and you say certain things have happened into the system. I do agree with the member, and we hope members of parliament are going to actually take this matter as one of their responsibility in educating South Africans, but more important, also educating ourselves as individuals so that we can empower the others with the information we'll have gathered. I thank you.
The Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Minister. In your response, you indicated there are also a number of measures that one can take to avert the issue of being taken for a ride on cybercrime and all that. What risk should we be aware of as the public about cybercrime that we can be able to cap in order for us to stay away from this cybercrime? Thank you, sir.
Minister.
Well, Chairperson, we will not be in a position here to give all the details. One of the most important things is that study groups or committees, the department is available. We can come and share information, the do's and the don'ts, so that at least we can be able to have you as our ambassadors for the people of South Africa and the Republic of South Africa, so that we too, we do not become victims of our own development. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for coming. Not for answering questions. There is a very wise old man who said, you must never thank the fish for swimming. So we thank you for executing your responsibility. We move on and order. We welcome the Minister for Defense and Military Veterans. Minister, we wish to move on to your first question. It is question number 35. It is posed by the Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members of the NCOP. The question from Honorable Wana is about the theft which took place at the Defense Intelligence Head Office. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the safety of South Africans was not compromised in any way when the items were stolen. And that, of course, it concerns us that our building security was breached. Security has since been tightened with more cameras installed since the incident and access control reassessed and addressed. Of course, Honorable Chair, I do not want to go into details about the actual investigation itself. Currently, SAPS Crime Intelligence is working very closely with us to identify who the culprits are. We have already identified 4 of those. 2 of those have gone through a polygraphy test, and beyond that, we are conducting further investigations and we are following up all the leads. The last question wants to establish whether there is any link between the 2 crimes committed at State Security and the Defense Intelligence Head Office. Chair, I can say without any fear of contradiction that so far we've not proven that there is a direct link between what happened at State Security and what happened at Defense Head Office. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, thank you for the answer. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Is there any other member with the Honorable Mikilakis?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I know that you've said at this stage that the state security has not been compromised, but should the Honourable Minister find that important and vital information was stolen along with computers or so, which could threaten the security of the country, does the department have a plan or measures in place to deal with such a matter? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. No, Chair, it couldn't have been compromised in that the laptops which were stolen were new. So there was no information belonging to the state which was contained in that equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to find out from the Minister, was it an inside job? Did they also walk in? Thank you, Chair.
I can only answer that question when the investigation has been concluded and when there are culprits who have been identified and who will be standing trial in a court of law. Thank you.
Honorable Matthys.
My question to the Minister is, this is like really serious. If someone can break into our State Department and steal, how safe are we as a country? I mean, I don't know, it's like a blatant telling us someone is something, or is someone trying to tell us something that we are being infiltrated or something, but how safe are we as South Africans? If we can get into our State Department, how safe are we as a country? I'd like you to speak to that. Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson and honorable members, you are very right. It must be people who are daring the state. As we see these days, that it has become so fashionable to dare this government and to dare the state. And the only way in which we can deal with this matter decisively is to actually assert the authority of the state at all levels, in all government departments, including here in Parliament. There is a need for South Africans to assert the authority of the state and for people to appreciate that there is a need for us to defend the democracy which so many people fought for and died for. So I do agree with the honorable member fully, but I think this is the responsibility of all of us, that all of us, we should be the ears and eyes of a democratic government so that we are not undermined in the manner in which it has been going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary, Honorable Mukweli.
Thank you, Mudula Steele. Honorable Minister, are we safe as South Africans? Honorable Minister, Mahlobo fetsa go bua gore it was an inside job. Now, when as an intelligence defense minister, you are saying o tla re bolella after the investigation has been done. Now, ke batla go itse mo go wena gore are we as South Africans safe? Because these two departments, ke department tse e leng gore di critically tse di dealang ka maphelo le safety ya the South Africans. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
I can assure you, you are very safe, honorable members. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a peaceful sleep. To be honest, if you look at what is happening in South Africa, you will see that we are relatively safe as compared to what you see in other countries. Of course, we're not immune to some of the things which are happening elsewhere in the African continent because we are part of a global village. Those things may happen in the future in South Africa, but for now, I can safely say the South African National Defense Force is committed and continues to defend and protect the sovereignty of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Minister, that was the fourth supplementary on question 35. We move on to question number 4, posed by the Honorable Mikilaikis, the Minister.
Question number 4.
Yes. It is whether her department is currently losing any valuable
No,
expertise.
we're not losing any valuable skills or expertise at all. Thank you.
Honorable Mikilaikis.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I might just mention that it's so delightful to see the Honourable Minister in the House. We normally don't see her much in the committees. Welcome, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, in 2008, there was an article in the newspaper of the then Minister of Defence, your predecessor, Honourable Musiwa Lekota, stating that the South African Air Force is losing valuable expertise to the private sector, since there's a perception that there are more opportunities outside of the Air Force than within. And it's not only pilots, Honourable Minister, but technicians as well, and the technicians are vital to the Air Force. In 2015, only last year, the end of last year, another article appeared in the newspaper, again mentioning the ongoing outflux of trained pilots. It therefore continues for a period of over 8 years, and it is a reality, contrary to what you have denied, Honourable Minister. What is your department doing to curb the outflux of these experts? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. Firstly, you are saying you're very happy to see me. I'm happy to see you too. And I would have very much wanted to visit the committee and appear and present, because I've worked and served as a chair of a portfolio committee for 7 years. So I know the importance of appearing before a committee and account. But you do that only when you are called to do so. You don't impose yourself on the committee. Thank you. The second matter is, you are saying, yes, you are correct. In 2008, there would have been such an article. In 2015, there would have been such an article referring to what has happened over the years in the South African National Defence Force. There is no doubt, Honourable Chair, that we have lost pilots from the Air Force. There is no doubt, Honourable Chair, that we have lost some engineers in the course of that as well. But I cannot say right now that is what is happening, because if anything, we've developed a retention strategy because of this fear of losing these skills. The other thing you would probably need to be aware of, Honourable Members, is that much as people left the Air Force and went for greener pastures elsewhere, some of them are coming back and they are saying it is cold out there, and that they would rather come back and serve the South African National Defence Force. And of course, we are very happy about it. We're very happy because these are people we invested in. These are people we spend a lot of money on. So when they come back and say it is cold, yes, there's a lot of money, but it is cold out there, we're very happy to receive them, and we welcome them to come back into the South African National Defence Force.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Makwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister, I'm one of those ordinary South Africans that don't know much about these military things. But when, over the last week, there was the celebration in Port Elizabeth for the National Defence Force, many of us were quite impressed, not with the event, but with the people at the event, particularly when we heard young black women talking about their role in the Defence Force. But some of us may think that that is just an isolated incident. Can you therefore help us, Minister, to say to what extent is the question about the loss of resources in the Defence Force attracted many more younger people, particularly when we look at younger black South Africans to the Defence Force, because we know how great there is the need for careers for people in the communities that we are serving. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I'm sure are aware that we have a program in the South African National Defence Force called the MSDS, the Military Skills Development System Program, which attracts a number of young people into the different spheres of the Defence Force, which is your Navy, the Air Force, SAMS, which is the South African Military Health Services, and the Army. What used to happen is that you train those young people for 2 years, and then you allow them to leave the South African National Defence afterwards. My view was that what you've done is you've invested in these young people, you've exposed them to the military doctrine of your country. Not only that, you've actually given them some of the most sophisticated skills which are needed by the criminal syndicates out there. So we took a decision that from now onwards, what we should bring in every year should be a number which is limited, so that we make sure that at the end of their training, after the 2 years, you can integrate them, you absorb them into the South African National Defence Force, so that you don't lose the skills. Of course, you choose the best. You choose the best. I can't say that and guarantee that they will all remain. You choose, you go for the best, because obviously, at times there are some mistakes which we commit in the course of recruiting some of these young people. And yes, Chairperson, we have many, many brilliant young people who are coming into the South African National Defence Force. Part of that is caused by the fact that we have a program of career exhibitions which we run at the schools, which we run at universities, with the intention of attracting some of the best young, brilliant young people to come into the SANDF. As I'm talking now, for instance, a group which was there in 2012, 2013, and they finished in 2012. That group we sent to Cuba, a number of them were from the Air Force, were from the South African Military Health Services. And they are doing extremely well. They are doing their second year in medicine. And we know that when they come back, they'll come back into the South African National Defence Force as doctors, as researchers, as scientists. Equally, we're sending out some of them to train as engineers, because there's a shortage of engineers. For a long time in the country here, much as we have our own engineers in the South African National Defence Force, you will be aware that we just cancelled a contract which was open-ended. We started well in the 70s, which was there in the Defence Force, where people were repairing our things and doing everything, but were not transferring the skills to the young people who are coming into the Defence Force. So we cancelled the contract and said, let's get young people to go out and train. Let's leave a small number of people to then transfer skills to our younger people. So yes, and the Defence Review Chairperson talks to the issue as well. Milestone 1 of the Defence Review actually talks to the rejuvenation of the South African National Defence Force. And the only way of doing that, obviously, is to then attract some of the best young people to join the Defence Force. And indeed, they are coming in big, big numbers. So what you saw in Port Elizabeth is what we witnessed as well in Potchefstroom last year, and 2 years ago, we saw it in Bloemfontein. Young people are interested to come into the South African National Defence Force. The problem is that we also have our own limitations. We can't absorb everybody. So the idea of moving the arms, of rotating and going around to the different provinces, Chair, is precisely to say, young people, here are opportunities. Take advantage of these opportunities which we are bringing to you. And I'm sure we are going to see a number of young people coming from the Eastern Cape in the same way that we saw when we were in Potchefstroom, coming in and applying to the Defence Force. Maybe just the last thing, Chair, is we also are running programs of assisting grade 11s and grade 12s, for instance, who are doing maths and science, helped by our own members of the South African National Defence Force. The idea, Chair, is not just to help. It is also to identify some of the best amongst those young people, so that as they write their matric, we already know that we have this one and this one. It's what apartheid used to do, actually. And it's some of the things which we did not do. They used to identify their own at primary level. Already a child is monitored, they know how the child is performing, and they already have plans in the future about how they are going to use that child. And we are saying, we are going to identify them at high school level because we need them. We want to go for the best in maths and science. Of course, it does not mean, Chair, that we do not have room for young people who have not done well in maths and science, because there are many other areas in the Defence Force which require their skills. Thank you.
Honorable Mohapi. And Honorable Mates.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, confidently your response to the question was, no, you don't lose skills. Many times there are institutions that are having skills retention strategies in place. However, from time to time you see them losing. Hardly now at lunchtime, Honorable Chair, we had the meeting of the Select Committee. One of the concerns that was raised by the mayor who appeared before the committee was their challenge in KZN, in one of the district municipalities, with regard to retention of skills. I just want to check, Honorable Minister, from your side, what is it that you are doing so different from other institutions that makes you succeed in terms of skills retention? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm saying, yes, there has been that problem in the past, but what we've done, we now have something which is called MEM, which is the military exit mechanism, right? So that when, for instance, a person feels that I've reached the ceiling in the South African National Defence Force, I think that there isn't more I can contribute, even in terms of promotions, there's no way I'll get another promotion. So what then happens is that a process of consultation and engagement takes place between the person concerned and his or her superior. And then from there, it's elevated to the Chief of the Defence Force until it gets to the heads of service, to the Chief of the Defence Force until it gets to the Minister. And the final approval is given by the Minister. Reason being that I also don't want that MEM process to be used to push out good people from the system. Because at times, most those things do happen, that maybe you don't have a good relationship with your superior, then he decides or she decides to offer you a MEM. So we have to make sure that the entire process is as transparent as is possible. By the time it gets to the Minister, when I go through the story, I must also be convinced that indeed this person deserves to get a MEM. In the same way, if I'm a medical boarding, because sometimes you can receive a submission which says, please approve the X number of people who want to go for medical boarding. You then have to go in and look at each one of those cases so that people are not pushed out of the system by their superiors to protect your own. So I'm just saying, Honorable Member, I'm certainly not saying to Honorable Members it never used to happen. But each time now when a case comes, you have to discuss, you have to engage the person, and we've had to say, CHR, develop a retention strategy so that we don't lose the best. People who should leave, they should really leave because they feel they have nothing more to add to the Defence Force. And in that case, we also then allow them to go. Thank you.
The Honourable Mates.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I want to talk about the 8 billion arms deal submarines. Now, what has happened with as the Navy, do we have adequate personnel who are able to operate those submarines in the Navy? Are they adequately trained? And are there sufficient personnel to be able to operate the 8 billion arms deal submarines? Thank you.
The question is new because it is now leaving the terrain of whether or not we are losing valuable. But it then goes on to the competency of the Navy, Minister. It is up to you whether you want to tackle that question.
Chairperson, thanks for your protection. The Honourable Member knows that this is a new question. But I can assure you that our ships, our patrol vessels, our submarines are right now in the oceans. There's nothing parked because there isn't a skill. People may have left at some point, but it does not mean that people left and they left us with submarines which are parked. There is no way in which we can do that when we have such a long coast which requires patrol and protection.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question, Honorable Minister, is question number 39. It was posed by the Honorable Mhlanga. My instruction is that the Honorable Dlamini will then take responsibility of that question today. The question number 39, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, during the financial year 15-16, 126 houses were built for military veterans. 2 houses were built during the financial 13-14, which makes it a total of 128 houses to date. The current cost of a military veteran's house is 188,000. The cost is co-financed by the Department of Military Veterans and Human Settlements. DMV provides for a top-up funding of 78,000 rands. Can I just pause there and make the point, Chair, that there's a difficulty here. And the difficulty, Chair, is that when the Department of Military Veterans was established, there was no enabling legislation in place to provide guidance to the establishment of the department. So finally, when even that legislation was passed and agreed upon, we started having problems with National Treasury. National Treasury's view was that if there's a government department which deals with issues of housing, then there is no reason why the Department of Military Veterans should want to build its own houses for military veterans. Okay? 2, health. Their view was that as well. Why should you be providing health services to military veterans when there is a Department of Health which should provide for health support to military veterans? Pension. Why should military veterans have a separate pension scheme when the National Treasury has, through the Department of Social Development, has a pension scheme for military veterans? Okay? So what this did, it forced us to sign MOUs with the different government departments, which we did. But truth of the matter, on the ground in the municipalities, a military veteran is not a priority. Military veterans is at the back of AQ. But what some of the municipalities are doing now is to say, okay, we'll build X number of houses, and a proportion of those will then go to the military veterans. We've not quite mastered that, Chairperson. Because if you look at the money which has been given to the provinces for building of houses for military veterans, it is way above the output. If I may, let me just make an example, for instance, with one province, just one. There's a province which was given 11 million over a 2-3 year period, 11 million to build houses. So far on record, there isn't a single house which has been built for a military veteran, right? But the good thing is we are beginning to see a number of premiers. Premier of KZN, for instance, launched a very good program in Ngwavuma 2 weeks ago, which I attended, where he was launching a project of support to military veterans. I read again that Comrade Premier David Makura in his State of the Province address again mentioned the issue of military veterans. In the Eastern Cape as well, they are committing themselves to military veterans. So what that means is that we need this partnership. And if this partnership is just at a departmental level in the provinces or in the municipalities, it's not going to work. You actually need the premiers in the provinces to partner with us to monitor whether, in fact, what we have agreed to do is being done, together is being done by their various municipalities. That is the challenge we have. I mean, as I say, Chairperson, if you look at the money which has been transferred to human settlements, to the different provinces, because also it's not to the national, it's to the different provinces, you will see that the value for that money really is the value of the output is not equal to what has been given to the provinces. But it's a situation which we are handling right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Zamin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My greetings to the Honorable Minister. I really appreciate the responses from the Minister, but Honorable Minister, given the challenges that you are raising, which we fully agree with you, because during our oversight visit in one of the provinces, one of the things that we wanted to see as the Select Committee on Human Settlement, the progress made in terms of building houses for the military veterans. We realize that the progress is very slow. We agree with you. But then given the challenges that you are raising, one would want to check that firstly, in terms of personnel in the department, do you now have enough personnel appointed in that particular department? And also, is land availability at municipal level, as you say, that it should be a last priority? Is it not one of the challenges that is affecting the implementation of the houses of military veterans?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You are right. I must say that the Department of Military Veterans has one of the biggest staff members, and I can safely say even outside of the organogram of the department. However, at leadership level, and we don't have. We are now interviewing on Thursday, Friday, we are interviewing DDGs, and next week we are interviewing ADG. So hopefully that will bring some semblance of stability, but still, the fact that you have no leadership does not mean, the issue is, these matters we are talking about, we are dependent on other government departments doing these things for us, to a point where we've now agreed that maybe it's about time we further engage National Treasury to say that these MOUs do not necessarily work because we are right at the end of the queue. And by the way, some of the people are not necessarily all sympathetic to the plight of our military veterans. So we want to review this matter with National Treasury. We know it's going to be difficult, but still we believe that we should give it a try.
Honorable Van Lingen and Honorable Mikilaikos. Yes, you are. You could sit next to one another, but not that way. Please. Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I just want to check if the issues of inclusivity are catered for in respect of the benefits. I would have put it in another way, but I will be ruled out of order. I think it's safer that way. The interesting part of your response that you have also spoken about the launch of the program in Mkanyawute. Another launch was, also took place some years ago by Premier Ndebele in Ladysmith. Maybe there should be continuity instead of this one coming in, starting something new. But I'm not on that one, I'm on the issue of inclusivity. If maybe it cannot be spoken about here, I'll be glad to be maybe advised as to where can it be sorted out. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
In the inclusivity, I don't know what that means. What I do know is that in the database of DMV, you have both the former statutory forces and the former non-statutory forces. And obviously, the people who require the benefits which we are rolling out in the main are people from the non-statutory forces. But not only that, we've also discovered that there are those who came from the TPVC states who are equally destitute. Because some of them, people did not make the kinds of arrangements which they made for those who are coming from the former non-statutory forces. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Indaba ye-inclusivity yona injalo. It doesn't matter which body we've appointed, whether you talk the current turnaround, which I've put in place in DMV to fast-track the rolling out of benefits, you will see that it consists of the different groupings of military veterans. If you go to the advisory council, you will find that in the advisory council, all of the groupings are represented. If you talk about the appeals body, same thing. So there isn't a single structure in the Department of Military Veterans which is not represented. It equally applies to the staff at the DMV offices itself. It is well inclusive. So I don't know, maybe you can, if you have some reservations about the answer I've given you, maybe you can whisper to me at some point about what exactly you are referring to. But I certainly know that from the non-statutory forces, you have your MKMVA, you have your APLA, you have your Azanla Nohal. You have Azanla Nohal. So I think we've done our best. Thank you.
The Honorable Mokwele. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My question is on the very matter that we have explained, that the system is inclusive, but in practical, that is not what is happening. We've got several cases in our constituencies that we deal with. I will cite one of them in Tihani, in Dr. KK. There are military veterans there that are on the list of beneficiaries. I don't know whether you call them beneficiaries or what, in your own term. That were not MK members. They were APLA. Now they are refused to be built the houses because they are not MK veterans. They are from APLA. So I want to check with you whether this project, as you said, it is inclusive. Are you really sure that what is happening on the ground is what you are saying to us? Because some of us, we are more on the ground than on the paper reports. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
I assure you, I'm very much on the ground. That's why I'm here. If I wasn't on the ground, if I didn't have my feet firmly on the ground, I wouldn't be here. I'm so firm, it's not funny. That's number one. Now, Tirani, I don't know where Tirani is. Tirani village. Dr. KK. I'll welcome honorable member. Just
order. Order. Honorable members, I'm trying to remember Tikhani's Western name because other people know it. I'm not sure whether it's around Volmaranstad. Hartebies.
Tikhani, it's Hartebies, it's called Tikhani.
Yes.
Now it's called Tikhani.
Okay.
You must know when you are.
The matter, Minister, I'm addressing is that all of us must remember we don't all come from the same provinces. We don't all speak the same languages. We are not all exposed to the other names of all our towns. I might speak about Kobadi, somebody knows the village in a different name because it has two names. So please bear. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, Comrade Honorable Chairperson. You are right, I don't have information about what is happening in the Khani, and I'll be very happy if you wrote me a note or you can come to the office and give me more information so that we can follow up on some of the matters. But what I would like to say to you is this, that when we submit lists to the Department of Human Settlement, the lists do not say this is an MK person, this is an APLA person, this is an Azanla person. What the list does is to reflect all members of all military veterans in that particular area who are destitute, who are in need of houses, okay? But I should also say that, truth of the matter, and you know it, you will also find that the numbers of MKMVA members is way higher than some of the former non-state forces. It's obvious. We rely on the database given to us. Remember, when the department started, the database came from those organizations. So the highest numbers of military veterans you will find in any database and in any province, you will find that MKMVA will have the highest numbers. But it does not mean that when we submit lists to human settlement, we then insist that it should be MKMVA members who receive priority attention. It's about all military veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We proceed to question number 58. It is posed by the Honorable Dr. Vauda. He is here. Honorable Minister, it's question number 58.
Honorable Chair, ACSC has never been funded as a separate project from the rest of what is happening in the South African National Defence Force. I think it's very important that I mention that. But what we have spent on ACSC by way of SNTs, vehicles, and exercises, we have spent plus minus 18.18 million. But it's important for you to understand that there is no money which was ring-fenced for ACSC per se. So if you talk about goods and services of whatever is within ACSC, money belonging to goods and services would be spent. If you talk about SNT for a group which is attending a seminar or a workshop on ACSC, the money would come from SNT, which all other members of the South African National Defence Force receive. Can I also remind you that ACSC was established by volunteering nations, and by its nature, it's an interim structure until such time the African continent is confident that it has its standby force, an African Union standby force. So obviously, for as long as you do not have that, you will then continue to have ACSC, and therefore it becomes very difficult to have a separate budget for ACSC, something which is interim, something which you not know would dissolve. I think that's a matter which we need to take into consideration. But of course, we've done a lot of training of personnel. We've done a lot of command post exercises, as well as maintenance and repair of our equipment. And I think when I get to this matter of maintenance and repair of our equipment, We probably would have spent more than this 18 million were it not for the project Tusano, which is run jointly by ourselves and the Cubans. Because of the challenges which we have had in the South African National Defence Force, of vehicles which are dilapidated, vehicles which are being disposed of, etc. What we did was to simply go to Cuba, get some mechanics, get some engineers, brought them over, and as a result of that project, we have saved South Africa a lot of money. Where a vehicle in the private sector would have cost us 1.3 to 1.5 million to repair one vehicle, we are now spending plus minus 78,000 or even 200,000 per vehicle. So if we had not done that, we probably would be talking about a huge amount of money which we're spending on repair, maintenance, and repair. So ACSC does not have a separate budget, but we've spent plus minus 18 million. Thank you.
Honorable Voda.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. Honorable Minister, my question is as a follow-up. What criteria will the South African government be using to decide which conflict situations we will be intervening in? To what extent we will be intervening? Do we have criteria, or will it be decided by the African Union or by the organization itself to dictate to us as to which conflict situations to intervene in? I am thinking particularly, Honorable Minister, of the situation in Kenya, when Kenya chose to intervene in Somalia. And as a result of that, they have invited the conflict situation back into their own country. This is something that I'm sure everybody will agree with me, that we do not want this, especially in the light of the fact that our borders are extremely porous, and we are seeing that even our departments, State Departments, security departments are having their offices compromised in a great way with recent breakages and so on. So in this light, what criteria will we be using to decide? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, in all areas where the South African troops are deployed, we deploy together with other forces under the auspices of the African Union or the United Nations Security Council. If you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo, you will know that we have troops who are currently deployed there, and they are deployed under MONUSCO, which is a UN mission. And congratulations, we also have now the force commander of that mission, who is a South African, General Mgwebi, one of the best generals and well-experienced generals we have, is now commanding that force. In Sudan, we are there as well as peacekeeping forces. There too, we are deployed under the auspices of the United Nations. So we as South Africa do not determine on our own where we want to go, where we want to deploy. But of course, maybe your mind will take you back to the Central African Republic. Much as we are part of the multilateral institutions, we also have bilaterals with countries. With regards to the Central African Republic, we had a bilateral agreement which required us, South Africa, to go into the Central African Republic and assist them to train their soldiers. 28 of our instructors were based in the Central African Republic. So that was a bilateral agreement, and that is the reason why we were in Central African Republic. Otherwise, the rest of the deployments, it's deployments which are taken by heads of state at a multilateral level. It's never a matter of a country just waking up and just moving its forces for deployment. Thank you.
Is there any other follow-up? None? We proceed, Minister, to question number 5. That question was put by the Honorable Chetty. I have been instructed that Honorable Mikilakas will take care of the question. It is question number 5, Minister.
Honorable Member, there is no intention by the Ministry of Defense to close down any of the South African Air Force training facilities. None whatsoever. Thank you.
Honorable Mikilakas.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, I'm delighted to hear that news. However, Minister, our country has the second oldest air force in the world. It has a proud history of training some of the finest pilots on the planet and has beyond any doubt some of the finest trainers in the world. Why then is it that we are sending our pilots to be trained in Russia and Cuba instead of the Russians and Cubans sending their pilots here to be trained? Has the department lost so much faith in our own military trainers that we entrust our soldiers to be trained by other nations whose air forces have in the past been far inferior to ours? Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure about that last part of how far inferior they are. But what I do know is that we have agreements with different countries. We have agreements with different countries. For instance, Ethiopia has one of the best and well-organized air force. And they have good flying schools. It could be that soon we may sign an MOU with them and say, we want you to train our pilots. The fact that we are not closing some of these centers here in South Africa should not mean that we cannot send our children out to go and train. If you think that the training there is inferior, I would refute that. I disagree with you. There is no training which is inferior. If anything, what we are trying to do now is to do en masse training of our young people. En masse training of our young people. And that's what we are trying to do. Because even the pilots which we are talking about, how many of them are black? How many of them are black? We have a problem. If I may say this, one of the challenges we have, sometimes these young people train and they run short of flying hours before they can get their wings. Now, you're not going to be able to give them those flying hours because there are no aircrafts. Yes, yeah. And when you say, well, there are no aircrafts, people will say, why don't you buy them? When you buy them, then they say, oh, you're going to spend money on aircrafts. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Order.
You know what? You know what? You may howl there and say you don't have the capacity, but I'll tell you that some of the aircrafts were taken by some of the people who left the Air Force and they belong to them in their museum. I'm telling you. So sometimes when we talk about, no, wait a minute. Sometimes when you talk about corruption here, actually it started ages ago because some of the people stole the assets of the people and left with them. And so when you talk about shortage, it has to do with the fact that some of the assets were stolen. When we do something about it, then you start screaming that we're spending money on matters which should not be a priority. So we're trying to do that, but you are the first ones to scream and you are all over the papers and you even speculate about the amount of money which we are going to be paying, which is not true. So I think South Africans, let's just be honest. I always insist, Chairperson, that if there's any area, if there's anything which needs to bring South Africans together, it is the South African National Defence Force. Because it is not an entity to protect me, to protect him, to protect you. It is an entity which protects the sovereignty and the integrity of the Republic of South Africa. South Africans can go to sleep peacefully, fully knowing that there are men and women who are ready to lay their lives on the line for this country. So when we sometimes scream about these things, we should take that into consideration. Take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member Mateus will be the second one to raise a supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, we must bring back our defense equipment. Just like we want our land back, we must go and get that, get our equipment back. I mean, we can't have things that are just stolen and come and say it's been stolen under the apartheid government and we can't get our stuff back. It's shown that we're not being efficient as a government. I'm not saying that we must go and buy, but if people stole our equipment, we must go and we must get it back. Just like we want our land back, we must go and get our defense, and the EFF will definitely support in getting our defense equipment back. Thank you.
So he was just giving a comment. That was not a question, Honourable Minister. Okay, can I see any other hand? Okay, thank you very much. We proceed to, order, Honourable Members, order. We will now proceed to question number 50, asked by the Honourable Member Nzimande, is not in the House. Okay, the Honourable Mohapi will then take the Honourable Mohapi. We are now on question number 50. Are you going to be responsible for question 50? Okay, so then allow the Minister to respond, then you will come up with a supplementary question. Honourable Minister, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honourable members.
Honourable Member, Honourable Minister, Honourable Mokwele.
Honourable Chair, una le kitsiso ya gore Rre Mohapi o tlo nna responsible for question e Minister Raira, because you just ask him. It means you don't have it there. It means there was any arrangement whatsoever.
Okay, let me check the notes I'm having with me, Honourable Member. My apology, I don't have it with me. Yeah, I cannot lie to the honourable members. These ones that I'm having here does not have okay, Mama, that one will then fall off because we don't have a person who will take the responsibility of the question. Unless if, no, we have to continue. We have to continue. Unless if the Minister wants to give the House information with regard to this question. Honourable members, I am putting this to the Honourable Minister. It's up to her if ever she will be able to give the whole House the information. But anyhow, if the House wishes that we leave the question, then we can continue. Mama, that was the last question. I think we need to really appreciate the time that you took to be with us, and all the best for the rest of the day. Thanks a lot. Honourable members, let us proceed. Why are you on your feet, Honourable Kaula?
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Nzimande, is my colleague from KZN. I'm offering myself. I'm offering myself to stand on his behalf.
Oh, okay, thank you,
We
Honorable.
can't have his question not getting answered when I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Kaola. You should have arranged that with the chief whip or the table of the chairperson. Thank you very much. We continue, honorable members. Let us proceed to question 17 asked by the honorable member Engelbrecht to the Minister of Home Affairs, and welcome, Minister.
She don't want to look here.
Honorable
No,
Isaac.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I don't think it is parliamentary for Honorable Kaula to offer his personal services here, man.
Oh, I've ruled over that one. I've ruled over that one, Honorable Isaac. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. The Department of Home Affairs recently launched a Moitapile initiative which aims at improving its image and quality of service to our clients. Front offices are refurbished with the rollout of the new modernization process. Inclusive of the refurbishment process is new signage, terminal seating, and an electronic queue management system. All these aesthetics and system enhancements were developed to improve process efficiency and the client experience in our front offices. In addition to the above, new process flows were developed to streamline and reduce queuing at the front offices, with floor workers continuously monitoring and assisting queuing clients. To improve the overall client experience at the department's offices, the following has been implemented. A culture of the client comes first, and a professional and courteous service is inculcated amongst the staff at formal meetings as well as informal discussions. Office managers or client service managers are required to address queues at opening times and prioritize the elderly, mothers with babies, and school children in school uniforms. Once these client categories have been allowed access, other clients are accommodated accordingly and directed to the correct counters and workstations. Applicants that do not meet requirements are advised accordingly. In the new office layout, specifications for offices, managers, and supervisors' offices are moved to the front office area in order to conduct spot checks at regular intervals and to have a better view of process flows. Where possible, offices use express counters, if available, to assist the elderly, disabled clients, and mothers with newborns to avoid unnecessary queuing outside and or inside the office. In areas where there are no restrictions of metropolitan or district bylaws, the department erects shades or shelters so clients can queue under reasonable, humane conditions. To prevent an overflow of applicants inside the service area, floor workers were introduced to manage and enforce queues. Interaction by queue management floor workers with clients helps assisting applicants with queries and for guidance and information while waiting in the queues whilst waiting in the queues, and clients are also advised on the system downtimes when experiencing system challenges, and clients are informed to avoid queuing for long periods. The information desk is also utilized to ensure that clients are provided with requisite information before they follow the queue. Dedicated counters have been created where possible to assist clients not having to queue altogether. Information posters are available to allow clients to contact the management should any issues arise at the front office. Photos of managers and supervisors with contact numbers are placed at the public area for clients to call if they experience challenges. Each office has an appointed complaints or compliments resolution officer to deal with queries, complaints, and compliments. In this regard, there are also complaints registers or compliments registers and or suggestion boxes for feedback on improvement of services. Over and above the aforementioned interventions, the following were also instituted. Stakeholders are also used to educate communities with regard to the services offered by the department to prevent clients from queuing, to only ask questions which delays clients who wish to apply for services. In an attempt to increase access points for services rendered, the department has launched service points at various banking institutions within the central business districts of Johannesburg and Pretoria. Services for birth registration for the age 0 to 30 days have been provided at various state-owned and private hospitals or clinics throughout the provinces. Appointments are made with school principals for learners to apply for smart ID cards and are assisted on arrival at the offices. Smart ID card processes are fast and reduce waiting times. SMS services assist clients with inquiring on progress of their applications, thus reducing queues. Senior citizens, pregnant women, mothers carrying babies, and people living with disabilities are prioritized for services. Constant dissemination of information to clients regarding workstations, downtime, and bottlenecks of any incident that may occur. The department introduced new working hours in March 2015, where large and medium offices open on Saturdays and small offices open last Saturday of the month in order to try and fulfill the needs of citizens. It must be emphasized, however, that the demand for services, mainly smart ID card and passport applications, has increased, resulting in offices experiencing high volumes of clients. It must be noted that the number of counters in the current office structures receiving clients remain the same due to special constraints. Yet, the demand for smart ID cards and passport services has increased. The demands for Home Affairs services are heightened, and long queues are therefore prevalent in some of our offices, especially during holidays, and thus remain inevitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Engelbrecht, do you have a supplementary question?
Madam Chairperson, thank you. And Minister, thank you very much for that very encouraging explanation of some other planet that we will find all these wonderful services, because it certainly doesn't exist in Pretoria and in Cape Town, where a building that was renovated and refurbished in 2008 and reopened in 2011 still remains overcrowded, with little space to queue inside and very little space to complete applications. Home Affairs is a national competency, and yet we experience tales of missing paperwork and misplaced official documents, which is a grave concern for the public. And in spite of that wonderful eulogy that we were given, we would like to know, Minister, what are you doing to alleviate this problem, when clearly there are still very many infrastructural problems which are impacting poor households substantially in terms of their finances?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As the Honorable Member probably heard during my extensive response, we are experiencing challenges at some of our offices. You will remember that in terms of the modernization program, only 178 offices by the end of this financial year will have been converted to live capture. And this means that, and the constraint really is resources. This means that the majority or many South Africans are now flocking to these 178 offices to apply for their smart ID cards and passports, which then increases volumes at these offices and makes it, and creates the challenge, some of the challenges which the Honorable Member is talking about. But the rate of missing documents at the Department of Office or at the Department of Home Affairs has drastically reduced as a result of the introduction of the live capture system. And this has resulted in many South Africans who are applying for the smart ID card, because the applications for the smart ID card are no longer paper-based. They are captured live through the electronic system, and the application is therefore deposited at the government printing works for the printing of either the smart ID card or the passport electronically, which means that there is no paperwork, there is no paper trail, there is no document that goes missing along the way, and that is why all those who are applying for these documents are able to receive them back within 7 days of application, and in many instances, particularly of late, within 1 or 2 days of applying. The improvements are continuing to take place at the department. We're paying great attention to the improvements of the systems in the department. And one of the innovative ways that we are introducing now is the e-channel service, where we are partnering with the banks to ensure that we can expand the department's footprint to be able to reach out to as many people as possible, including those in the areas where you may not have the physical infrastructure of the Department of Home Affairs. So many of these challenges that the Honorable Member is referring to are being addressed, both currently as well as in terms of our future plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Makua will be the next one to raise supplementary question, followed by Honorable Mateis, and then the last one will be Honorable Dlamini. Over to you, Honorable Makua.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I also live in Gauteng, like the person who raised the original question. I do find that people in my constituency, which is Sophiatown, speaks highly of the improvement in services that they are experiencing in Bree Street. I also know, Honorable Chairperson, that the offices of the Department of Home Affairs at the Maponya Mall is commended for the excellent services that it's rendering. I have had a personal experience where a priest had his passport expiring and he realized it too late. And he had to travel in 3 days and then approached me as a member of parliament to say, do you know anybody in Home Affairs that could help? My corps was able to get that priest's passport in time. But that's a privilege that I now want to raise with the minister as a question. How do ordinary citizens who are experiencing difficulties with the processing of their Home Affairs documents take up the issue with the Department of Home Affairs? And I'm raising it, Chairperson, because in Bree Street, there are photos up of the leadership with their phone numbers and they can be called. But I don't know whether that is a policy of the department that people who are experiencing difficulties can escalate their difficulties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member Makua. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. As we have indicated in the response, in many of our offices, we have the inquiries desk right at the front of the office when you enter, where you can be provided with assistance regarding the service that you've come to apply for. We are also moving the offices of the supervisors towards the front of the offices, towards the entrance, so that the office managers are accessible to the public. We have posters with the contact details of the top officials of the department. We started that process in 2009, so that members of the public, that includes the cell number of the Director General, all the Deputy Directors General, they are accessible by cell phone to members of the public when they call them, and many of the queries are resolved. In addition to that, the minister's social networks are available to members of the public. We solve problems every day to members of the public who require assistance of one sort or the other. And by March, we should introduce a new client service center a new contact service for our clients, which is going to replace the current call center and ensure that we introduce this contact center to run on top of the systems of the department to make people's queries resolvable easily. Because at the present moment, in many instances, members of the public, when they call the call center, they are unable to receive a response timeously to their queries that will assist them to have their queries resolved. But the new contact service is going to ensure that when you call and inquire about your application, the person responding to you will be able to tell you exactly where your application is and be able to assist you to expedite your application. But as it is, the department is continuing to improve its services to ensure that its top management is accessible, including provincial managers. I have had to deal with a number of instances where members of the public complain about some of the managers that are not accessible, and we have ensured that that is addressed. And that will ensure that in the future, people no longer have to rely on their contacts at high places to be able to resolve their queries. I want to assure honorable members that we've got a number of very efficient centers of excellence across the country. That would include the Randburg office, it would include even the Pretoria office, it would include the Edenvale office, it would include a number of offices across the country where members of the public don't have to rely on their contacts in order to have their queries resolved, because the people who are providing a service at those offices are able to resolve them speedily and with great regard to the interests of the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mates.
Thank you, Chair. I want to suggest to the Minister that we have some undercover operation to see really the monitoring and evaluation of the centres, and I'm sure he'll come back with a very different story. But I'm going to argue on the point. I want to speak about the land border post, and I'm sure you're going to say, oh, I'm introducing a new question. It's not, because it does fall under...
Please don't introduce the new question,
Government Department. I beg your pardon, Chair?
I am saying please don't introduce the new question.
It's not, because I'm going to argue that the land border post would be considered also a Home Affairs office, because that's what happens there. They are in an appalling state. People queue outside in the heat for hours upon hours, and you can go to every land border post, and there's no improvement that I have seen over the years. And it speaks to our culture of not looking after our poor people. It's mainly our poor people that use these land border posts. The Gokos stand there in the sun for hours and hours, and I'd like to know, what is the minister doing in regards to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mates. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The undercover operation the Honorable Member suggests would actually confirm exactly the responses which I have provided. The response which we have provided has been both extensive and very candid about both the achievements that we are making as well as the challenges which we are confronting and how we are addressing those challenges. And so there is nothing new. In actual fact, even the surveys done by the public service itself have proven over the last 2 years that Home Affairs is one of the most improved departments in government in terms of the service that it introduces, or that it provides. We've won innovation awards both at the Center for Innovation for Public Center, at the Center for Public Service Innovation, as well as at the IT awards that are conducted by CETA. So the Department of Home Affairs is making the necessary progress that we are talking about. But quite honestly, we are not satisfied ourselves with the progress that we are making, and that is why we continue to improve our services, amongst others, through the modernization program, introducing the e-channel service that is going to expand our footprint, utilizing the resources of the private sector in order to be able to provide an even more efficient service to members of the public. We are converting our mobile units to ensure that they are live capture compliant so that we can provide services beyond our current physical infrastructure to reach out to people beyond our sites of service at the present moment. Now, coming to the land ports of entry, if the honorable member would remember, in 2014 at the budget vote, we indicated that one of the top 5 priorities, no, in 2015, we indicated that one of the top 5 priorities of the department over the next 5 years is the radical overhaul of the physical and systems infrastructure of our ports of entry. We've appointed the transaction advisor. I will be meeting with him soon. He has met with the Director General so that we can work out on a complete plan to overhaul the physical infrastructure of the 6 commercial land ports of entry. And so the issues that the honorable member is talking about are issues that are well known to us, issues that we are taking action to address, and over time, we should present a far more improved land ports of entry. But it's not only poor people that are exposed to these challenges, it's everybody who uses our land ports of entry. The fact of the matter, which the honorable member wouldn't know because she's in a hurry to pander, to play to the gallery, is that the people who are utilizing our land ports of entry, the numbers of people who are utilizing our land ports of entry has increased quite drastically. In particular, if you look at Bait Bridge, your Maseru Bridge,
Order, Honorable Minister.
Fixback Bridge, and others.
Order, there is a member. Honorable member, how can we help you?
Thank you, Chair. I'm standing on a point of order.
What
I
is
don't
the
believe,
point
I think it's unparliamentary of the Honourable Minister to indicate that the Honourable Member is playing to a gallery. I don't think that's parliamentary. I think he must withdraw that.
Okay, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable Lamini, can you please take your seat, ma? But we did not respond to Honorable Voda's point of order. Honorable Voda still is waiting for the response. So we cannot respond to the two orders at the same time. Honorable Member Voda, thank you for what you have raised, but that is not a point of order. You are not Honorable Voda. I'm still addressing Honorable Voda, Honorable Mukwele. That is a figure of speech, Honorable Voda. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Sir Winston Churchill once said, some people's idea of free speech.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Yes. Okay. Honorable Dlamini, other honorable members will then take their seat now, but I hope, let me hear if ever we're not going to repeat the same. But we cannot talk about the same order while we have ruled on that one. Yes, but take your seat. Let's allow her first. Honorable members, take your seat. I've recognized Honorable Dlamini now. Honorable Mukwele, please respect me. Please. Honorable Dlamini, I hope you're not going to... Let me listen to you first.
Yeah, allow me to speak, Honorable Chair. I'm raising on a point of order, Honorable Chair. In fact, the Minister was not supposed to respond on the question, the follow-up question from Honorable Matthys, because it's not related to the question at hand.
Honorable Dlamini, thank you very much for raising that concern, but Honorable Isaac, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You will wait for me to respond. Honorable Dlamini, the question was relevant. That is why the Minister did not even complain. It's all about the visit to their offices. Thank you very much for that. Can we continue, honorable members? Okay, Honorable Mukwele. You will be the third one.
Ke ke batla go botsa gore ga o re point of order ya Honorable Vauda is not a point of order. Why are you saying that? And I'm saying this because Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, refer to Honorable Mateis as if she's appealing to the TVs and all those things. We've got platforms where we appeal. We've got our own media platforms where we do our things. We don't have to come here and appeal to be on any of your media
Motlhompheho Mokwele.
so re kopa hore
You can't do that, Honorable
this thing happens every time. When we want to stand up and speak, always you are referring to us as if we are playing. We are not playing. If we want to play, we will go outside and play. We are here to work. And if Honorable Mateisu Nale potso a batlang go e botsa minister, at her own right, she must stand up and ask the question. It's kind of as if when we stand up here as EFF members, we appeal to the gallery or we appeal to what? Thank you.
Motlhompheho Mokwele. Re boletše ka taba eo a gona motho a boletšeng ka gore batho ba bonagala di-TV re boletše ka yona and then re kgopela go tšwela pele ka baka la gore honorable Mateis re mo dumeletše a botšiša potšišo ya gage and a gona motho a rileng a se yona. Order, Honorable Mokwele. Okay, maybe I should go back to Honorable Voda. He raised on a point of order and made a ruling over it. So if he is not satisfied, he can complain. He knows the procedure. He can write to the table and complain. Please allow us to continue. Take your seat, Honorable Voda. You are rising on another point of order. Another one, but then I will give you a chance because Honorable Julius has to say something now. It's long that he requests us to speak.
Thank you, House Chair.
Order, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Manopule, order.
The issue of
Order, Honorable Mokwele.
Figure of speech, Chairperson. I'm afraid that, you know, we are making rules as we go along, and these rules will be binding on this House. If you make a ruling on something, it will be binding on this House. Now, we see more and more our table staff are spinning the rules as we go along. I really don't appreciate it because it will be binding on this House, and it will have a bearing on all of us. In the NA last week, the joint sitting, I had the same case, figure of speech, when I said referred to a political dwarf, and it was ruled out of order by the chairperson there, the chairperson of this House. So we must just make sure that we remain consistent in our rulings because it will bind us. Otherwise, in 2 months' time, we'll have nothing to say here. Nothing to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for raising that one, Honorable Julius. We have ruled over the matter, and I really want to continue. Thank you very much. Let me allow the Honorable Voda before you. I hope we're not going to discuss about the point of order that I've already ruled.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I accept that it is a figure of speech. What I am saying is that the figure of speech, by its very nature, incites emotions. And I think on those grounds, the Honorable Minister himself knows that he used figure of speech that he should not be using in this House, and he should do the honorable thing and withdraw what he has said, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Member, you said you are rising on a new point of order. We have already ruled over that one.
No, you've ruled that it is a figure of speech, and
Yes.
I'm now taking up the figure of speech. I'm not taking on, I'm taking on the fact that you've indicated that it is a figure of speech.
Well, I will allow you I was going to allow you to say that, but we have already ruled over that one. Allow us to continue, Honorable Voda.
Has chosen. And Honorable Minister, yourself, you should understand this. Don't bring the House into disrepute. What we are doing here is we are now beginning to compromise the dignity of the House because we are being unnecessary. To make a remark like that is totally unnecessary.
Honorable Voda, will you please not debate the ruling? Please, take your seat. Let us continue. Honorable Mukwele?
Don't want to, okay. Re ikopela ka tswetswe, ka boikokobetso. Ra ikopela gore go nne le freedom of speech mo this house. Ka gore ga o sa dire yalo chairperson, you are doing it today to Honorable Vauda, to Honorable Mateis. Tomorrow it will be another person. Let us be decisive on the ruling. We are just saying to you, Chair, please, there's the words that the minister used. Please.
You're
please,
protected, continue.
Okay, ke a leboga, Chair. A timile gape. Oh. Ke kopa gore mafoko a Honorable Your Majesty, Home Affairs Minister, a dirisitseng, a gogele ko morago. Ka gore mafoko ao ga re bui sentle. Figure of speech a e dirisitseng to us, ga e re tse pila modula stilo. Re kopa gore re a gogele mafoko a gage ko morago, re kgone go tswella ka lenaneo la letsatsi. Ke a ikopela tswetswe.
Ke go kwele motlhomphegi Mokwele. Ke dumela gore re boletse ka yona taba eo, and then ke dumela gore le Honorable Minister wa ikwa and a ka sa e bušeletša. Re remile ka yona taba eo, re ka sa boelela go yona gantši ka gore ge re ka re boelela go yona e tlo ra gore ka metha re go rema re bušeletše re remolle re bušeletše re remolle. And se sengwe se ke a bolela o eme, ke a bolela o ye, ke sa bolela le Honorable Mukwele o eme wena. Ke tsebe gore ke bolela le Honorable Mukwele wena o eme. Ye nngwe e kgatišang Honorable Mukwele ke gore Honorable Voda o re o kwešišitše gore lentšu lela ke figure of speech. Jwale Honorable Minister le se sa le bušeletša papa a re tšweleng pele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was saying, Honorable Chair, that
Honorable Mukwele, re boletše ka taba ye re fetile. Re kgopela tšwela pele, Honorable Mukwele. Ke ntshwa? O emelela ka ye ntshwa?
Metsing.
No, ke nyako botša gore na o emelela ka ye ntshwa?
Ke ikokobeditse modula stilo. Ke ikokobeditse.
Motlhomphegi mme Mukwele, ke a go kgopela gore o dule fase. Re ka se bolele ka ntho e tee gantši. Re remile, re feditše, re fetile go yona. A re debate, ke re remile a re sa debate.
Ga ke debate sepe modula
stilo. Ke kgopela o dule fase.
Mare, wa ntlo ye, ke na le maikarabelo, le tšhono, le tokologo ya go bua ke sosologile mo ntlong ye. Ke batla gore o dire a ke sireletsegile modula stilo. A ke sireletsegile. A shorele gore ke sireletsegile.
Re feditše ka taba eo.
Re feditše modula stilo, mare ga ke sa kgotsofala jaaka moleloko wa ntlo, ke na le tokelo ya gore ke eme ke go bolelle gore ga ke a kgotsofala. Yaanong ke kopa tsebe ya gago gore
e swara gona mo a se go kgotsofala kere Ke boletse gore go se o kgotsofale tšea pene le pampiri o ngwale gone bjale rena re tšwela pele re remile re feditše. Honorable Minister, please continue. She knows what she must do.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The point I was making is that the department is working on a plan to overhaul the physical and systems infrastructure of our land ports of entry. And one of the things that we are going to be doing in order to improve the service at the land ports of entry is to roll out, since we have rolled out the biometric capture at Lanseria, King Shaka, Cape Town, as well as OR Tambo International Airports, we are going to start on a program now, gradually to roll it out at all our land ports of entry.
Okay,
so
Honorable
that
Minister,
eventually,
let us ask her for the last time to take the seat.
I don't have to be
Honorable Mokwele.
I don't have to be disrespectful, Chair.
If you mean what you're saying, if you mean what you're saying,
I will address you if I want to.
Then please
I'm
take your
addressing
seat.
the Chair, not you. Please, bear with you. Don't talk to me. I don't want you to talk
Order,
to me.
order, honorable members.
Please.
Honorable Mokwele.
I don't want you to talk to me. I don't want to
Honorable
sit down.
Mokwele, Honorable Mokwele, Honorable Mokwele. Order, Honorable Makua, order. Honorable members, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable, please keep quiet. I have addressed him. I addressed him and he is quiet. Now I want to address you. I did. I just did. Oh, you did not hear me because you were busy speaking. Honorable Mokwele, please take your seat. Honorable Timbi, take your seat. Now you are out of order. Now you are out of order, Honorable Mokwele. Now you are out of order. Honorable Mokwele, it's what I was doing. Thank you very much. Honorable Mokwele, please, Honorable Wena, please keep quiet in Tebe. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Ntebe, the honorable member is protected. It is on record. Please keep quiet. Let us continue, Honorable Minister. We have ruled over that one long time ago. Or is it new? Okay,
Ma untimine tšhono nako ele ke ne ke go kopile ka tswetswe gore o tle o ntemoge o rulile gore honorable minister ga a bua sentle mme ke kopa gore hela jaaka member o mongwe le mongwe mo tegantlwe a tse mafoko a gago a busetse ko morago a emela a re ke tsamaya go ka ke a busetsa ko morago hela jaaka rotlhe mo tegantlwe re dira jalo e se ka ya nna gore okay next time o se ka tlhole o bua jalo ke a leboga
ke nngwe ya tšerebe re ruma ka tsona gore re botse honorable minister gore a sa bušeletša mantšu ao jale re feditše ka yona ya gore o ka boya wa iphetola ka sa kgonega re kgopela honorable minister a tšwele pele ke a go leboga. Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was still saying that we are busy, we are going to start a process of rolling out biometric capture at our land ports of entry on a gradual basis in order to improve the service there and ensure that travelers to our country and those who are leaving our country are provided a quality service as it is currently happening now at OR Tambo, Cape Town, King Shaka, as well as the Lanseria International Airports. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. But I must also request, Chair, that if people ask us questions, they must not provoke us and expect us to keep quiet.
Honorable Minister, please, Honorable Minister, we have ruled over that matter. I was not expecting you to take us back. Honorable members, what is your point of order?
The Honorable Minister is indicating that we are provoking him. It is the Honorable Minister who started the provocation in the first place. Honorable Minister, if you had done the right thing and withdrawn
Can
the
you
incitatory remarks
please
that you had
address
made,
me,
there
Honorable
would have
Voda?
been no problems.
Will
Apologies, Honorable Chair, I will
will
address
you
you, Honorable
address
Chair.
me? You see
I
now.
will address
Let's
you,
avoid
Honorable
this
Chair.
dialogue. Address me.
I'll address you,
Order, honorable
Chair.
members. Order.
I will address you, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Minister is out of order. He is indicating that he has been provoked when it was really the Honorable Minister who began the provocation. It was him who made the remark about the Honorable Mates, which was totally out of order. He should have done the honorable thing, especially as a minister. He is bringing this house into disrepute by his remarks that he has
Honorable
made.
Voda, but the honorable minister did not mention any name. He did not mention a name. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Dlamini, now it is your chance to raise your
No, thank you very much.
supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wanted to agree with the Minister. There are centers of excellence in the country.
Order.
In my home province, my hometown, Mbombela, the Office of Home Affairs is doing exceptionally well, Minister, I must say. I experienced that, and also my members of the family who went there. I went there, Honorable Chair, to apply for my official passport. At the end of my application, when I asked the progress, I wanted to test the system. I was told, Honorable Chair, that the application has been received, the passport has been printed, is waiting for delivery. It was on Tuesday. On Thursday, I had my passport on my hand. It also happened with the smart ID card. I applied on Monday. On Thursday, I had the ID, as well as White River. There are centers of excellence. My only, it's not a question, it's a recommendation, Honorable Chair, that of the system, which I would like to recommend that language, they must introduce vernacular language on the system that is calling people to go to an assistant because there is no vernacular in that office. I think it happens with other offices, but there are centers of excellence. Thank you very much, Chair.
What is your question, honorable member?
Chairperson, I made a comment. I said,
okay, thank you very much.
Language.
Okay, I wanted to be clear because I heard that it's a comment. I wanted to be clear. So thank you very much. We are now moving over to question number 36. Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Mates, order. Minister, we are proceeding to question 36, which was asked by the Honorable Tiwana. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, the Department of Home Affairs, through its inspectorate unit, does regular inspections and monitoring in all areas of our country in order to determine the status of persons in South Africa. The inspectorate unit, comprising of seven...
Sorry, Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Wana is not in the house, and I did not receive any note. I saw her seated here, but now she's not here. But let me read this rule to the honorable members. If a member does not rise when a question for oral reply standing in that member's name comes up for reply, the question lapses unless the person who is to reply to the question elects to reply to the question or tables the reply. But listen, honorable members, if a member does not rise when a question for oral reply standing in that member's name comes up for reply, so if ever the minister's got information to give to the House, he can do that. So I am putting it to you, Honorable Minister, and fortunately enough, the Honorable Wana is here. Continue. Okay, order. Order, honorable members, let me put this on record. Next time, I'll have to ask the honorable minister if ever he is ready, even if the member is not in the house. If he's not ready, then he will take his seat and then we continue. But if the honorable minister is ready according to the rules, he will respond to the question. Honorable minister, the honorable member Wana is here. You can continue with your response.
Thank you, Chair. The question was whether the department monitors foreign nationals in rural areas have permits. The answer is yes. The department does, through its inspectorate unit, do regular inspections and monitoring in all areas of the country in order to determine the status of persons in South Africa. The inspectorate unit, comprising of 785 officials, functions to ensure that all persons in South Africa are in the country on a lawful basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wana, do you have a supplementary question? Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister, for the question. My follow-up around the issue, I wanted to understand whether are you having any signal where a person, the permit has been expired? How are you monitoring that specific issue when a person is exceeding the time of the permit that he was in this country?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are not able to know that a person's permit has expired until they present themselves when they are exiting the country at the port of entry. To be more accurate, the movement control system will indicate to us that this person who is now presenting themselves to exit the country, their permit expired on what date, at what time, and would by then have declared that person an undesirable person and determined the length of time during which they will remain on an undesirable person status before the lapsing of that status. Depending on how long they had overstayed, the length of the declaration of undesirable person status will therefore be determined. The only time that, or the only way that a person can have their declaration as an undesirable person rescinded is if they write to the Director General and present valid reasons why they had overstayed. If they were in hospital, they would have to present medical records. If there was another valid reason, they would have to present those records. But whilst they are inside the country, we would not be able to trace them and come up to them to say, your permit has expired. We can only know through the movement control system when they are exiting the country and they present themselves at the port of exit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kaila will follow.
Yeah, Tawaza, Slalo Hlonipekile, Hlonishwa.
And the last person will be Honorable Faba.
Umbuzo umhlonishwana ngathi ubaleke kakhulukazi kulabo abahlala endaweni zasemakhaya njengathi. Kodwa ke engifuna ukukubuza lamhlonishwa ukuthi kungaphuleki umthetho uphulwa abantu ekufanele abagcina umthetho ngenxa yokungazi. Nanokuthi mhlambe umnyango wenza njani ukuxhumana kakhulukazi nezinduna mhlambe namakhosi endaweni ezisemakhaya. Kakhulukazi uma mhlambe khona umuntu ozobekwa enikezwe indawo kwakhe. Ikuphi induna ekufanele ziqaphele mayelana nabafowethu labaqhamuka ngaphandle ukuthi basemthethweni noma bekhe emthethweni ngoba kuyenzeka kakhulu endaweni ezilapha emakhaya kakhulukazi nalale bakha khona izinto zamabhizinisi kodwa nje nasebehlala nje endaweni zamakhosi baningi kodwa mhlambe umuntu abuke nje kokunye ukuthi kaze kulandelekile imigomo efaneleke ukuthi kufanele ngabe kuqinisekisiwe ukuthi uHome Affairs unalo ulwazi ngalowo muntu mhlambe ikuphi umhlonishwa ngakusho mayelana nezinto ezinjengalezo ngiyathokoza.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mukwili. The first one was Honorable Wana, who was coming up on a follow-up supplementary question. So you'll be the fourth one. Or you're withdrawing. Okay, then we'll take Honorable Isaac as the last one. Continue, Honorable.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ohloniphekileyo nakwilungu elihloniphekileyo ngalombuzo. Umbuzo obalulekile lona ngoba kubalulekile ukuthi abantu ikakhulukazi mabezohlala noma bezobekwe endaweni ezisemakhaya kuqinisekiswe noma ngabe kuseyindaweni ezisemadolobheni ukuthi banawo amalungelo namagunya ukuthi babe lapha ngaphakathi kwelizwe. Ziningi indawo lapho amakhosi njengako Limpopo nezinye indawo lapho amakhansela ameli igceme ekwazi ukuthi abe nohlu lwabantu abangabokufika kulezo ndawo kanye nencwadi nenombolo zamagunya abo ukuthi babe lapha ngaphakathi ezweni. Lokho kuyayiselekelele nathi njengomnyango ukuze sikwazi ukubona labo bantu abanganawo amagunya ukuthi babe ngaphakathi ezweni. Ngicabanga ukuthi umhlonishwa ukhawula umbuza obuzayo ubalulekile ngokuthi kumele sisebenzisane namakhosi nezakhiwo zendabuko ukuze kuqinisekiswe ukuthi abantu abakhona eindaweni ezahlukahlukene banamagunya afanelekile. Yingakho umnyango wasungula lolu hlelo olubizwa ngama stakeholder forum oselwakhiwe kuzwelonke olusebenzisana namahhovisi ethu kanye nomasipala behlukahlukene olwakhelwe ngosomlomo bomasipala behlukahlukene ezweni ukwenza isiqinisekiso sokuthi inhlelo zomnyango ziyakwazi ukusabalaliswa emphakathini sisebenzisane nezinhlaka ezahlukahlukene zemphakathi ukuze abantu bazi ukuthi yiziphi inhlelo umnyango oyiqhubayo. Osekufanele manje makwenziwe ngokohlelo lwale stakeholders forum ukuthi sihlangane namakhosi nezakhiwo zendabuko ukuze nabo sikwazi ukubenzela ngisho ama-workshop okubafundisa ngemigomo yomnyango owazobelekelela ukuthi uma sebengamele imicimbi yey'ndawo ezisemakhaya bayazi imigomo yomnyango ukuze bakwazi ukusebenza ngaphakathi kwayo. Into eyisizathu esimqoke yenza ukuthi sisungule le stakeholders forum kwakuyikhona ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi abantu emphakathini nabaholi abehlukahlukene bakwazi ukubambisana nathi ekufezekiseni injongo zikahulumeni kanjalo nezomnyango ikakhulukazi ukuze singathathi sibeke emahlombe ethu umsebenzi omkhulu wokufezekisa lemigomo emphakathini zibe zikhona inhlaka esingabambisana nazo ukuqinisekisa lo msebenzi. Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next honorable member to rise on a supplementary question is Honorable Khaila.
Enkosi Phathiso. Wake wathi uPremier oqala wase-Eastern Cape uTata uMhlaba wathi akangumoya oyingcwele akanoba kuzo zonke indawo. Nawe ke andifuni bana sikwenza umoya oyingcwele. Ngokwenyani phama phandle nakweza dolophu zasezilalini ezi inspectors zakho azibonakali. Yilibale le stakeholders forum ayisebenzi usebenza pha. Ndiyacela ke Mphathiswa ngokulenza iphulo lakho kuthumela inspector pha ngaphandle asilwi nabantu akwethu abaphayana into mabangene babe nazo impepha zabo. Ndiyakucela ngokugxinisa apho kwezi dolophu zangaphandle zininzi into eziqhubekayo phayana. Kukho abarongo qithi abafaka ii-drugs ebantwaneni bethu ezilalini. So siyakucela nje ngokungenelele ngaphandle nakwezi dolophu ezincane ngaphandle. Ento ziyenzeka apha ezidolophini ezinkulu but not pha ngaphandle. Inkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Khaila. Honorable Minister.
Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo ohloniphekileyo kanjalo nakwilungu elihloniphekileyo ngalombuzo neziphakamiso ayibekayo. Iqiniso elimsulu wamhlonishwa elokuthi njengoba sichazile ama-inspectors esinawo ezweni lonke awu-785 ngonyaka odlule sithelwe chatha imadlana yokuthi sandise inani lama-inspectors ukuze sikwazi ukusabalalisa umsebenzi abawenzayo bafinyelele ey'ndaweni ezahlukahlukene. Nakuba kunjalo, nawo lokchatha wama-inspectors esizoba nawo awuzukwazi ukufezekisa wonke umsebenzi ney'nselelo esibhekene nazo njengomnyango zokuthi bakwazi ukufinyelela yonke indawo, baxilonge iy'ndawo ezahlukahlukene ngokuthi abantu abakulezo indawo banazo yini impepha ey'fanelekile. Kanti futhi ama-stakeholders forum kuyiqiniso ukuthi awasebenzi ngokuyikhandla nangomdlandla kuzo zonke indawo, awasimeme ngendlela elinganayo. Ziningi indawo ngisho isemakhaya lapho esebenza khona ngokuyikhandla nangokuyimisela, ziningi futhi ezinye indawo la engafinyeleli khona. Ngakho ke siphezu kwawo umkhankaso wokwenza isiqinisekiso sokuthi lama stakeholders forum asebenza ngendlela efanelekile. Ingakho ngonyaka odlule sibe sesakha umkhandlu kazwelonke wama stakeholders forum okuyiwona ozobhekelela ukuthi kuzo zonke izifundazwe, kuwo wonke ama districts nama metro nomasipala basemakhaya siyakwazi ukuthi sibe nama stakeholders forum asebenzayo azokwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi ngendlela efanelekile yokulekelela umnyango. Kanjalo nazokwazi ukwelekelela ukuthi ama inspectors ethu afinyelele indawo zonke. Siyabonga.
Please, are you done, sir?
Chair, kopa interpretation ya Setswana ga eyo.
Interpretation as Setswana? I hope they've heard us and then they'll make sure that we heard it. Thank you, Honorable, the next speaker is Honorable Faber. I think it's the last one, yes. Others will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I would just like to ask the Honorable Minister on this, that they are monitoring the undesirable people that live in South Africa. If I look at the original question, it also asks, what are the further relevant details? So I suppose that the Minister do have details on how many undesirable people are in South Africa at the moment. So I would like to know that. And is there a specific place where undesirable people or refugees then also stay before you deport them, or do you deport them? What actions do you take at this stage with undesirable people or refugees in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faber. Honorable Mokwele, Setswana, Semogo, Channel 7. 9. Oh, okay. Honorable Minister,
thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member Honorable Faber for the questions. The details as to how many undesirable persons there are in the country, I cannot provide you right now. We can look at the system. The system generates undesirable persons every day. So the numbers will keep changing depending on when a person's permit has expired and how long they have overstayed. But secondly, the undesirable persons and refugees are not the same. Refugees are in the country on an unspecified status of residence in South Africa. And so long as a person is on a refugee status, there is no specified period for when they can be in the country until such a time as the situation in their country of origin normalizes and they return back, or following South African Immigration Act, they apply for permanent residence and eventually for naturalization. But insofar as undesirable persons are concerned, we have no particular place where we keep them, because we can only know that you are now an undesirable person when you present yourself at a port of exit. And when the movement control system reads your passport, it then gives us the indication that you've been declared undesirable and your status will last for how long. In the instance that an undesirable person, on the basis that they are in the country without documents, the category we call illegal migrants, in the instance that they are apprehended by the immigration inspectors, they are then taken to a repatriation facility. Initially, or until now, that is the Lindela Repatriation Center, or they have been kept in the prisons until such a time as they are then repatriated. But there is now a constitutional court decision which indicates that we cannot keep people in prisons who are due for repatriation, which means that the department is reworking the system to be able to send all those people who have been found to be in the country illegally without documents, either to repatriate them immediately or to send them to the Lindela Repatriation Center. But it is difficult for us to immediately repatriate you without knowing what is your country of origin. Because some of the people will provide us false information about the country of origin, only to find that when the relevant foreign missions of those countries in South Africa come to verify their nationals, they then indicate to us that this person, for example, is indeed from East Africa based on their vaccination, but they are not from Kenya, but are from Tanzania or Rwanda. So we have to sit and wait for the foreign mission of the person's claimed country of origin to come and verify their nationality before we can repatriate them. But the department is reworking its system based on the Constitutional Court ruling this week, so that we can comply with the Constitutional Court ruling, but at the same time be able to implement the Immigration Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We proceed to question 54 asked by the Honorable Member Kaola. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The purpose of the Lesotho Special Dispensation is to regularize the status of undocumented Lesotho nationals currently residing in South Africa illegally. It is meant to document Lesotho nationals who are working, studying, or running businesses in South Africa without appropriate documentation. Basotho nationals who have acquired South African documents, including citizenship, fraudulently, will be granted amnesty if they surrender these documents. We have taken a further decision that all Lesotho nationals residing in South Africa illegally will not be deported for a period lasting until the 31st December 2016 to allow this special dispensation to be implemented fully and without hindrance. To qualify for the Lesotho special permit, a Lesotho national must, 1, have been illegally residing in the Republic of South Africa before 30 September 2015, 2, have been registered on the National Population Register of Lesotho, 3, have a valid passport or travel document with a unique Lesotho identity number, 4, have Lesotho police clearance if he or she is in the country for less than 12 months, which means that if they are in the country for longer than 12 months, they will have to obtain South African police clearance. 5th, they must provide proof of A, employment in the form of an affidavit from the employer in order to be issued with a permit of work, B, proof of registration of the business in order to be issued with a permit to conduct business, C, proof of registration with a relevant educational institution in order to be issued with a permit to study. Testing of systems is ongoing. IT connectivity is one of the critical areas that were considered with regard to operational readiness. There were challenges concerning direct physical line connection between the two countries. These connectivity challenges are receiving attention. Testing of systems will continue between 1 and 29 February 2016, effectively to enable online verification of Basotho nationals before the Lesotho special permits are processed and accordingly issued. Areas to be tested include online application, validation of national population registration, and biometric data with Lesotho, offline application, and information security of entire application. The IT teams from both countries are working on testing these systems in partnership with the Visa Facilitation Services, the VFS Global. And we can say in conclusion that we have been working very well and closely with our Lesotho counterparts to ensure that when this process commences online on the 1st of March this year, there are no major hindrances and the process will be smooth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaula, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm happy with the response, but I just want to find out, because we are talking about people who are already in South Africa and therefore they cannot get the information in Lesotho. They need to get this information wherever they are in South Africa. Now, how does this information get to them so that maybe we don't see again a repeat of what's happened with the Zimbabwe special permits of the extensions that kept on going?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to Honorable Kaula for the question. The information is being disseminated through a variety of measures. We're not only relying on the public media in order to disseminate information, we are also relying on the various networks of Basotho in South Africa so that they can obtain the relevant information. I can confirm that my counterpart from Lesotho has been in the country on several occasions, meeting with Lesotho nationals in the different provinces. I know for a fact that he has been to the Free State province. He recently went to Rustenburg, Bujanala region, to meet with Basotho mining workers in that region. We are communicating on an extensive basis. We are also trying to reach out to as many South African and educational institutions as possible, so that where they have Basotho employees as well as students, they are able to inform them and provide them with the relevant affidavits so that they can come forward and apply for these documents. We will continue to communicate extensively to ensure that we can reach out to as many people as possible. It is our hope that we will not have extended extensions or recurring extensions as a result of the communication mechanisms that we have established. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mkhosi.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo. Ke ne ke re ke botse Honorable Minister gore di Gupta se go tlile yang gore ba ba heleditse ba kreile permanent residence mo nageng ya rona ya Afrika Borwa. Ke a leboga.
Motlompele. Ba botšiša potšišo šewe.
Honorable Chair, I am not aware that there is any Gupta member who is from Lesotho. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable members, if ever there is no any other follow-up question, we are proceeding to question 55, asked by the Honorable C. Hetting, and I have received a note here that the Honorable Member Julius will then take a responsibility for the Honorable Member Hetting's question.
Nke botsa gore o ka ntetla go ira a follow-up question.
Or
ke a kopa tetla.
ka madimabe e ka se kgonege mma o humana e tee fela e le re kgopela go tšwela pele.
Ke a leboga mma.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The average turnaround time for a visa application is 8 weeks for business and general work. The turnaround time for critical skills visa applications is 4 weeks. All other visa categories take between 8 to 10 weeks due to the risk-based approach required to verify certain documents submitted by the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Julius, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, based on your answer, are there any backlogs in visa applications as we stand? Can you go on record to say there are no visa backlogs at this moment? And how long are these backlogs on average? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Indeed, there are visa backlogs arising from a number of factors. In some instances, I think the main reason is that we have insufficient capacity in terms of personnel to process all the visa applications that come to the Department of Home Affairs. South Africa is a country that attracts large volumes of mixed migration flows. There are large volumes of people who are applying for South African visas. Some of the visa applications date back 4 to 5 years. The department in 2015, or beginning 2015, started with a process of dealing with all the visa backlogs to ensure that we speed them up and we complete them. That would include people applying for permanent residence permits and as well as those on short-term permits. But I wish to confirm that the department has been making significant progress in addressing the visa backlogs, particularly those of students who need to come into the country to study. When there was a problem in 2015 during exam time, we extended all students' visas, whether they were expiring or not, to the end of 2015, and ensured that beginning of 2015, we provided sufficient capacity. I sent a delegation to Lesotho and Zimbabwe, the two countries that had the largest numbers of students that had applied for visas, to go and speed up the visa applications in those countries. Within 2 days of their arrival in those countries, they were able to complete all the visa applications for study in those countries, which then enabled the students in January to come into the country and start attending classes. And so the concern by Honorable Julius is genuine, but I want to assure him that the department is doing all within its power to eliminate whatever backlogs there may be and ensure that the people applying for documents, for visas, can get their documents on time. But there is innovation that we are going to introduce. In the course of time, we will be introducing electronic visas, and that will ensure that we assist a great deal in resolving the backlogs with regard to visa applications and provide a quality service of international standard to people applying for visas to our country. In addition to which, the department has decided that we will issue a 10-year multiple entry visa to BRICS business people, to African business people, to African academics, as well as to frequent travelers to our country who are tourists and who come to our country on other bases. But the condition for such a long-term visa is that they must be frequent travelers to our country, or they must be academics, or they must be business people. We are working with the Department of Trade and Industry to determine the criteria for such business people so that we do not have people who are not business people claiming to be business people in order to access our documents. But we are introducing that innovation in order to reduce the requirement for the department to have to issue visas on a regular basis, but provide long-term visas to people who actually deserve those documents. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member Faber, and then Honorable Mukhosi will then follow. Mukhosi will be the fourth one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Minister. You know, we've been waiting almost for 3 years for the new biometric system. We can't wait. We are eager like children so that you can implement that one. So thank you for confirming that you are looking at that. But back to the question, Minister. We are looking at VFS Global that actually took over the applications of the visa system. Now, my worry is that you just said that there is not enough staff. My problem is, Minister, that the Home Affairs staff was still a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the people that were processing visas. What happened to all these staff? Because VFS Global have taken over that responsibility. I know in Pretoria they are just finalizing the visas because VFS all over the country are working as the agency. So my question is, what happens to that? And then VFS Global is charging 1,350 Rand for a visitor's visa, while Home Affairs only gets 425 Rand per visa. So my question is, with this money, what happened to the previous staff? Are they given other jobs to do? Because you've just been stating that you don't have staff. What happened to all this staff? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Faber. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to Honorable Faber for the question. The staff that were working at permitting in the department, some were transferred to the live capture offices and others were transferred to the adjudication, which has enabled us, as I was saying, during the recent months, to speed up the adjudication, because the area where the backlog was in the adjudication area. So we've been speeding that process up. The people who are now there are able to assist us in that regard. And with the new systems that we're introducing, we're relieving them of the pressure even more, so that they can be able to round up all the outstanding applications, particularly for permanent residents and others, and ensure that we have no backlog whatsoever. We can take timely decisions when people apply for documents. There are other systems that we are going to introduce, electronic systems, that will assist us to adjudicate even more without people having to have their documents sent to the country before we can take a decision. We are introducing those systems working with the VFS Global, and in the course of time, we should introduce those systems and ensure that they work quite efficiently, because we are trying to raise our standard to international standard, because it's a very competitive sector, particularly the sector for critical skills. It's a very competitive sector. South Africa must match up all the other countries that are competing for these critical skills to ensure that we can give them the documents the quicker for them to be able to commence their work, and for the companies to have ease of recruiting critical staff. The 1,300 Rand that is paid to VFS Global is a service fee to assist VFS Global to recruit staff to provide the service without the department having to pay them anything. And when we've looked at it, it's actually far lesser than what the immigration officers have been charging applicants fees of up to 10, 20, 50, 100,000 Rand. The 1,300 is quite a small portion, and it has enabled VFS Global to recruit staff of South Africans that are assisting them to process the visa applications and ensure that we can have as many South Africans as possible employed there providing this service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokhosi.
Honorable Minister, for your information, Baba Kubile ko Lesotho, ke shone se o pallang ke go araba dipotso tse ka gore o coward. Ke batla gore re bolelele gore are you not on Gupta's payroll? And gore bolelele gore
Honorable Mokhosi, please take your seat. Let me
As
attend to. Yes. You'll come back, ma.
Point of order.
There is a point of order here. What is your point of order?
Chair, Honorable Mokhosi has just called the minister a coward. I would want you to rule on that.
Honorable Mokhosi, order, honorable members.
Ma, Honorable Chairperson. Okay, continue.
No, to la fast. Akere ba bole ba botšišitše ka ba raisitše point of order. Ele ke nyaka go bolela le wena mma gore the honorable minister's name is not coward. It's not a coward. So please make sure that you call her with the relevant surname.
Okay, ma. Ke a leboga. I won't. You didn't withdraw your statement. I won't withdraw. That you must not count on. My question is, this minister, a re bolelele gore a ga ana offshore account. Ibile a re bolelele gore a ga mo payrollong ya di Guptas. Ke yone potso ya ka ke a leboga.
Honorable Mtimye.
Chair, can I make a submission with your good self that
Yes, Honorable.
the statement Honorable has made about referring to the minister as coward. Could you please look into Hazard and come back with a ruling into that with regard to it being parliamentary or not?
Actually, Honorable Mukwele, you can't do that. You can't do that, Honorable. Please, don't even stand up. Just make by a show of hand. I'll see you. Okay. Actually, a ruling was been made in this house that we refer to the honorable members as honorable members. The honorable minister is the honorable member of parliament, so we cannot call him a coward. So that name, I'm happy that you are agreeing. So can you stand up and withdraw the word?
I refuse to withdraw the truth because the minister made a statement that was unparliamentary and he did not withdraw. You did not make him to withdraw. So until he withdraws, then I will come and withdraw.
You cannot take us back, Honorable Mokhosi.
And your ANC members.
Me too. Yo, Honorable Mokhosi, I have made a ruling. Can you please withdraw the name coward? We don't have...
I'm not going to withdraw. First, it must go back to him and withdraw the statement he made. Just because he's the minister, he can say everything that he has to say in this house. In this house, very house, we are equal, all of us here. There's no minister, there's no... all of us are honorable members in this very house. So until he withdraws, it's then that I will withdraw.
Honorable Mokhosi, please withdraw the name coward.
I said I'm not going to. He must withdraw first, then I will withdraw.
Honorable Mokhosi, I am asking you for the last time, withdraw that name. It does not belong to the minister.
So
Honorable Mokhosi?
So the statement he made belongs
I'm still talking to the Honorable Member Mokhosi. I'll give you a chance, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mokhosi, I am asking you for the last time, please withdraw the name.
Withdraw the truth.
Okay, Honorable Ntebe. Honorable Ntebe, I was going to ask the Honorable Mokhosi that she did not refer to the minister as the Honorable Truth, but a coward. So I wanted her to withdraw the word coward or the name coward. Before we give you a chance, can I finish with the Honorable Mokhosi before I come to you? I'll give you a chance. Chance, Madula Faz. Honorable Mokhosi, let us finish this process. Please withdraw the name coward. We don't have a coward member of parliament. We don't have that type of...
The minister boasted about not withdrawing because you are saying this coward word is not a name. Then it means that the statement he made was for Honorable Matiebas and you did not make him to withdraw. So you can't make me to withdraw. It's a figure of speech.
Honorable Mokhosi,
I so move.
Honorable Mokhosi, you leave me with no choice but to ask you to leave the house. I will deal with you. I will talk to you when we are done with Honorable Mokhosi. Oh, okay, I'll take your point of order, but let's finish this one. You are not Honorable Mokhosi.
I'm assisting you
Honorable
to finish
Mokhosi,
the matter.
please leave the house
Can I
because
assist
you don't want
you?
to withdraw the name.
Can I assist you to...
Honorable Mokhosi.
Can I assist you, Chair?
Before you assist me, Honorable
Let me
Mukwele.
assist you.
Honorable Mokhosi, please. Okay, can I then ask the usher to help us? I'll give you a chance to speak. Let us deal with this one first, and then I'll come back to you. I'll give you a chance. Let's deal with this issue first. Honorable Mukwele, I heard you. I'll give you a chance to speak. I cannot do that. Honorable Mokhosi, the usher is there to... Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable Mokosi. Honorable Mokwele, now is your chance. Why are you on your feet, Honorable Mokwele?
Honorable Chair, ke santsane ke ema ka point ya ka ya ntlha ya ga ministera. Am I protected?
I want to know why are you on your feet?
Am I protected, Chair?
I gave you a chance, Honorable Mokwele.
Okay, thank you, ke a leboga. Honorable Chair, ka boikokobetso, re kopa gore di ruling tsa gago di ska favor the ANC members.
That is not a point of order. That is not a point of order, Honorable Mokwele.
Minister Gigaba earlier stated clearly that he is not going to withdraw the words that he used. He stated it clearly. He said, I'm not going to withdraw inside and I'm not going to withdraw outside. It's a clear indication, and you laughed because you laughed because it is an ANC member. Now, Honorable Mokosi, ubuaka a coward. You insisted that Honorable Mokosi must withdraw the word coward. It is clear, the question is clear and forward. Does the minister have the account with the Guptas? It's a clear question. It doesn't need any protection of anything. He must answer us whether he has an account of offshore account, or he is paid by the Guptas. It's an honest question that needs an answer from the minister.
Take your seat, Honorable Member.
And if you allow this thing to happen, Honorable Chair, it is not fair to us as members of the EFF, because it's like we are targeted.
Honorable Mokwele.
Every time when we speak,
your time, Honorable Mokwele, your time has lapsed. Can you please take your
which
seat?
time? I'm standing on a point of order. I'm not
Is
standing
it a point
on
of order?
No, I'm standing on a point of order, ma'am.
But
I'm
you were-
standing on a point of order.
You were asking a question about the Guptas.
Posed by Honorable Mokosi, whom you chased away of the house.
That was a new question.
Yes,
Please
but
take your seat.
it must be clear. It must be clear, Honorable Chair, you must be consistent in taking decisions in this house.
Thank you very much. I will be consistent, but that one was a new question. Can we please continue? Honorable Member Mohapi? No, let's check what is it that is rising on. Honorable Mokwele, I'm the one who is having the list of your names. I want to check if ever he is rising on a point of order first before I can come back to you.
Honestly
What is your
speaking,
point of order?
We cannot afford a dialogue like this forever. And I'm saying whatever that is happening here is not for the betterment of South Africans who are sitting out there with hope that South Africa will be a changed country. And I'm saying, Chairperson, your ruling should be your ruling, and it should not be contested. There's a procedure in terms of how this meeting is being conducted, and we are appealing, Chairperson. It doesn't mean if we don't raise our concerns, there's nothing that we can say. Element of disrespect to the House, it will never.
Order, Honorable Mokwele, order. Order, Honorable Mokwele. You cannot behave like that, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, you cannot behave like that. Honorable Mokwele, you cannot chair from the seat that you're sitting in now. So you cannot do that.
Chairperson, for the
Please
sake-
round off, Honorable
Yes,
Member.
for the sake of
Order, Honorable
progress.
Members.
Chairperson, do not entertain wrong things happening in this House, because this House is degenerating unnecessarily.
Thank you for those words. Those are the words of you encouraging us to make sure that we keep the House in order. And it's what we were trying to do. I will also appeal to the Honorable Mokwele. When you are on your feet and you are speaking, we always protect you. Can you also do that when the other members are speaking, Honorable Mokwele? We continue. She is the last honorable member to rise on a supplementary question.
Thank you very much. Your consistency, Chair. We are not degenerating.
Is that
the
a
house.
supplementary question, Honorable Mokwele?
Honorable Minister, it is clear that everybody knows gore the Guptas ba kubile ko Lesotho. Now, ke batla go itse gore as South Africa government, ke melao kgotsa le latetse mekgwa e feng ya go fitlhella gore le award the Guptas visas and the permanent residents of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mokwele, let me remind you about the question. The question says, what is his department's average turnaround time for visa application? That one is a new question. Maybe we should put that on writing. Honorable members, Honorable Mokwele, you cannot do as you wish in this house, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, allow me to run this house, Honorable Mokwele. I am talking to you for the last time, Honorable Mokwele. Please take your seat so that we continue. You did not even wait for me to finish what I was saying. You just stood up and Honorable Mokwele. We don't have a Kupta question on the order paper. The following question is question number 60. Honorable Mampuru.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, we are requesting Your Honor not to continue with a dialogue in this House because Honorable Mahai has just cautioned you about that matter. We cannot continue to be like that. Current standing in a wrong way cannot assist the citizens of South Africa. Can you be tough on your rulings?
I was very, very tough, and that is why she took her seat and she was quiet. So can we then continue to question 60 asked by the Honorable Member Mateis? And the Honorable Minister, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. There is a well-defined process and a step-by-step procedure for the issuance of identity documents. This is coupled with a track and trace system that tracks the movement. That tracks and traces the movement. Chair, if I may start afresh. There is a well-defined process and a step-by-step procedure for the issuance of identity documents. This is coupled with a track and trace system that tracks the movement of applications from front offices to head office, and the finalized identity documents back to front offices when the document is ready for collection. A short cell phone messaging system is also used to confirm to the client when the application is lodged at the front office, when it is received, and also when the document is readily available for collection at the front office. The department therefore has control and monitoring measures in place to address and eliminate inefficiencies which relate to the issuing of identity documents. Neither of the cases mentioned in the question relate specifically to the issuing of identity documents. In the first case indicated, it has been established that the two different persons with similar personal particulars had applied for identity documents in 1994 and 1995. The person to whom an identity document was issued in 1994, Ms. Ntombifigile Nota, identity number 741025 0838 087, passed away in 2012, and her death was duly registered on her identity number. However, due to the similarity of personal particulars and fingerprint classifications, it was initially recorded that the person who had passed away had been in possession of both identity numbers and the identity number on which an identity document had been issued in 1995 to Ms. Nota. Identity number 741012 0940 089 was cancelled. In view of the high prevalence of fraudulent death registrations made for financial gain, it was necessary to conduct further extremely comprehensive investigation as a result of the highly complex nature of the case to establish if there was a second person with similar personal particulars who was still alive. The investigation was only resolved following receipt of specific documents from this person in 2015. The investigation has established that there were 2 persons involved, and identity number 7410120940-089, which was cancelled in 2012, has been reinstated for the Ntomfikile Nota, who is still alive, and arrangements are being made for the issuing of a smart ID card to her. The second case relates to a late registration of birth, which must be finalized before a smart ID card or identity document can be issued. When a person's birth has never been registered with the department, it is initially necessary for that person to apply for a late registration of birth, which enables an identity number to be allocated, after which that person can apply for a smart ID card or identity document. Due to the excessive abuse of the late registration of birth procedures by non-South African citizens who apply, claiming they are South African citizens, the procedure for a late registration of birth are rigorous and follows a strict protocol. The applicant must be accompanied by an informant who is a South African citizen registered on the National Population Register. Their fingerprints are taken to conduct a background check on the identity of the applicant, who must then be interviewed by a screening committee, and any suspect applicants are referred to immigration services for further investigation. Committees require that a person provide sufficient proof to establish beyond reasonable doubt that they are South African citizens and are entitled to South African citizenship. Applications are then referred to the provincial screening committees, and if approved, the application will be forwarded to the head office for the allocation of an identity number. This procedure is necessary to protect both the value of South African citizenship and to protect the integrity of the National Population Register. Although an application for a late registration of birth was submitted in 2010, the matter will require further comprehensive investigation in view of the requirements relating to late registrations of birth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mateus, do we have a follow-up question?
As we all know that the economic freedom fighters, we are in the business of holding the executive accountable, not protecting the executive. So it's not surprising that we have members who jump to the rescue of the minister in responding to the Jupiter question, as they always do. My follow-up question, Minister,
Okay,
on the
Honorable
ID.
Mateus, take your seat.
Chairperson, with due respect, you are expecting Honorable Member to present a supplementary question and avoid this frivolous input justice making.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Continue, Honorable Mateus.
Point of order, I don't know.
Honorable Mateus.
Oh, but why are you shouting at me? He's the one that stands up and does something.
Honorable Mateus.
And you're shouting at me.
Honorable
I
Mateus.
was just making a statement. My question is,
Honorable Mateus. Honorable Mateus. Honorable Mateus. You are not supposed to make a statement, Honorable Member. You are supposed to rise on a point of order, on a supplementary question.
Was consistent on that because
continue.
people just randomly stand up and make statements and sit down. So if you were consistent, no problem, but it's not. My question is on the IDs. We know we have a lot of born-free ministers that need to register to vote this year. Well, so-called born-free, because we know they're not literally born-free, registered to vote. So what does the department have planned? You know, I had a call from one of our officers in Madibeng saying that the Department of Home Affairs there was giving them a hard time in processing their IDs. So we know if they don't have IDs, they can't register to vote, and they can't register to vote means that they can't vote for EFF. So we just want to ensure that we have our youngsters ready to vote, register to vote, and vote for the economic freedom fighters. Thanks, Minister.
Honorable Mateus. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Honorable Mateus, I want to read this order, ma'am. Rule number 36. The officer presiding may order a member addressing the chair to stop speaking if that member, despite warnings from the chair, persists in irrelevant or repetitive arguments. I hope when I was coming in, when you were busy talking, you will understand because it is according to the rule. But anyhow, next time, don't repeat that. It will apply. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and to Honorable Mattheis for the question.
Before you continue, the Honorable Member Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Honorable Chairperson is quite right. A member is to respect the chair, but Honorable Chairperson, you are the only presiding officer here. Now, with all these many other people trying to assist you, really they are disturbing us, because Honorable Mohapi just rises and makes a statement, disturbing a member, and you are not ruling on that. Now, you have to be consistent, Chairperson. She was wrong, he is also wrong. All of them must be ruled accordingly, not selectively.
Okay, Honorable Kaula, maybe you did not listen very well to the Honorable Member Mohai. He was rising on a point of order. Continue, Honorable Minister. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Department of Home Affairs has plans in place to assist younger people to obtain identity documents to be able to vote for the African National Congress and others. Our offices will obviously be open during the voter registration weekend of the 5th and 6th for young people to come forward to apply for their IDs, to apply for temporary IDs, which they can use to register to vote for the African National Congress in the coming local elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mattheis, I can only allow you if ever there are no supplementary questions, because you have already taken your time. Honorable
Chair, who's on the floor?
You are on the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With due respect, I say this with absolute due respect. South Africans out there want to hear answers to pertinent questions in this House. But again, with absolute due respect, if you are to be consistent, a man of caliber like Honorable Gigaba, who is supposed to be the Minister of Home Affairs, to stand here and make a statement at the end of his closing remarks, so to enable, and I quote, to enable citizens of this country to vote for the ANC. I mean, come on, Honorable Chairperson. I think you should ask him to withdraw if he's a man of caliber, and he should be leading by example. Because really, with due respect, we take strong offense to this. This House represents South Africans as a whole, not a certain party.
Honorable, thank you. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, Mukwili, Honorable Member Mukwili, please, Honorable Minister, you were trying to respond to the supplementary question that was raised by the Honorable Member Mattheis when she was speaking on voting for the EFF, and the Honorable Isaac was here. So can I then see? And he said nothing. Can I see any other? There's no, okay. Point of order? No, Honorable Mukwele, Honorable Mukwele, Honorable Mattheis. Order, Honorable Mukwele. What is your point of order, ma?
Saying that only those who say they're going to vote for ANC are going to get their
That is not a
IDs
point of
on
order.
time.
Honorable Mukwele, that is not a point of order. What is
The
your point of
ANC.
order, Honorable Ma?
So it's a point of clarity. So is the minister implying that it's only going to be people who are going to vote for the ANC that are going to get their IDs on time? Do you see what sort of members we have here in the House? ANC MPs that can answer questions like that. Can you see? And you talk about
Order, honorable members. You know what will happen. Honorable Mattheis, please take your seat. Honorable Mattheis, I heard to Honorable Mattheis, please take your seat. What will happen is that I will go and consult the Hansard and check on what you said when you were asking your supplementary question, and also the response to the Honorable Minister, and then we'll take it from there. We'll then take it from there. Honorable members, please take your seat so that, are you raising on a supplementary question?
Am I recognized, Chair?
I recognize you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it's very clear. We all heard that the Honourable Minister clearly stated that ANC members will be able to vote. Now, Chair, I just believe this Honourable Minister, as I know him, is a person of honour, and I believe that he can ask for forgiveness or just actually just say to us that he's sorry about his comment and that he will withdraw it, and life will go on. But we cannot use this House. This August House is the so-called upper house of Parliament. To play cheap politics here, that is not right, Chair. So please, I would like to ask the Minister to withdraw.
Honorable Member Faber, or the Honorable Mtimye, Honorable Member Faber, the Minister was trying to respond to what Honorable Mateis raised. So that is why I'm saying I will consult the Hansard, because you also said something about voting for the EFF, and you were here. And the Honorable Minister was trying to respond. So I will go and consult and I'll come back. Honorable members, please let us continue with our business of the day. We are now moving to question number 45, asked by the Honorable Member Tlamini to the Honorable Minister. Please take your seat, ma. We are moving. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, the department works in close collaboration with the financial services industry to combat identity document fraud. In this regard, the department has signed an agreement with the financial
Sorry,
services.
Honorable Minister, I'm very sorry. My apology for this. Honorable Mukwele, I have made a ruling and I will never allow you to continue on the very same point of order that we have dealt with it. We are done with that point of order. Is it a new one? Okay,
Chair, already it's a decision. Your ruling on that will be biased.
Okay.
It is clear that your ruling will be biased. And I'm requesting, Chair, this time, it's serious. So, please, Chairperson, be decisive. How your own rulings. Honorable Ntebe, we made on a point of order against Honorable Mateis. When Honorable Mateis was saying the EFF will do 1, 2, 3, 4. You ruled against it. Now the minister are the ID of you are fell up, and that is what is happening.
Is that the point of order that you are raising?
But to buy ANC fell.
Please take
now
a seat.
when
we are done with that
you
one.
are unable to rule on that, Chairperson.
I have ruled on that one. We are done. How? Please take your seat, Honorable Member. You were in this House and you had take your seat. You give me no choice, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele, take your seat. You leave me with no choice, Honorable Mukwele, but to ask you to leave the House. Please leave the House, Honorable Mukwele. We want to continue. Leave the House, Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele. What do you withdraw, Honorable Mukwele? I have already ruled, Honorable Mukwele. I have already ruled, Honorable Mokwele, please. Honorable Mokwele, leave the house. I asked you to take your seat. Honorable Mokwele, you're still continuing. I asked you to take the seat and you refused many times. That is why I am asking you to leave the house. Honorable Mokwele, please leave the house. For what you were doing. You are still continuing. You are still continuing, Honorable Member. Please, Asha, help us. The Honorable Member Mokwele must go out. Leave the house, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Voda. Honorable Voda. Honorable Mokwele, we are done with the ruling. Please leave the house. Okay, the Honorable Member Mokwele does not want to leave the house, so I will ask the usher of the Block Rock to seek for an assistant. Okay, thank you very much. We will now continue with the business of the day. Honorable Minister, I'm very sorry for what happened. We are now on question number 45, asked by the Honorable Member Dlamini. Honorable Mateis?
I'm on a point of order because
What is your point of order, ma'am?
It's almost like you're running it like it's a shebeen. I stood up on a point of clarity, right? And all you had to do was ask the minister to respond, and then you say you go into hindsight to check. All you had to do was say, Minister, did you say X, Y, and Z, and it would have been done. And then you... It was a simple thing. I stood up on a point of clarity. That's all you had to do. And now this house has to come where you have to ask members to leave the house. What was so hard about that?
Okay, Honorable Mateis, please take your seat. I want to respond. We are done with that one. I've taken a ruling and we are continuing. Honorable Minister, over to you. I'm asking you to take your seat, Honorable Mateis. Honorable Mateis, I am asking you to take your seat because we are done with that one. And you are the person who started by saying the people will vote for the EFF. You are the one who started this. So the minister was responding. So take your seat, Honorable Member. Take your seat, Honorable Member. Honorable Mateis, take your seat. Honorable Mateis, take your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, continue. Honorable members, take your seat. We want to continue with the business of the day. Honorable Isaac, Honorable Voda, please take your seat. You are raised on a point of order. What is your point of order, Honorable Isaac?
Madam Chair, with due respect, all you have to do is just rule according to the rule book in front of you. Nothing more, nothing less. And with due respect, all that you have to do is just to consult the minister. Did you say that or not? But, and ask him to withdraw.
Honorable Isaac,
but you are ruling.
That is not a point of order.
You are ruling
Take your
as
seat,
you
Honorable
deem
Isaac.
fit. You are ruling as you deem fit, not according to the rule book. And with due respect, the House is degenerating because of the fact, Madam Chair, that you are not applying the rule book. That is all. No, with due respect, just apply your mind in terms of the rule book and we will run the business of the day in terms of the rules.
Thank you, Honorable Isaac. The rules allow me to go and check on the Hansard, and that is what I said. So we are continuing. Honorable Minister, please continue. Honorable Voda, Honorable Smith, I
Yes.
cannot listen to the two. Okay, Honorable Smith.
Honorable House Chairperson, I am really concerned that you have lost control of this House long time ago. Where did I
Please
contribute?
address
You
me-
see,
address me,
Honorable Chair, can
Order,
you protect
Honorable
me,
members.
please? You see.
Order, you are protected, Honorable
Right,
Smith.
thank you very much.
Order, Honorable members.
The matter of the fact is, you have lost control of this House, and that's why we've got chaos here. We were supposed to be far finished with our business of the day if you were firm on the rulings, if you were consistent in the rulings, and making sure, because you are also taking part in debates with members instead of standing by rulings. And that is a concern that I want to raise today. And this is something that should be discussed within the WIPRI as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith, for the concern that you have raised. We are now continuing. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question was whether the department has any plans in place to collaborate with the financial services industry to combat the scourge of identity document fraud. The answer is yes. The department is working very closely with both the financial services industry, as well as the insurance companies to combat identity document fraud. In this regard, the department has signed an agreement with the financial service industry and has installed a system in the banks as well as some insurance companies for clients to verify their identity details through the use of an online verification system that is directly linked to the Home Affairs National Identity System. The department has a project management committee that meets regularly to assess any challenges that are experienced in the financial services industry and to provide solutions to address these. In 2013, the Association for Savings and Investments, ACSC, reported that the insurance industry had lost in excess of 254 million rand with more than 2,093 fraudulent claims received. The harness verification service potentially prevents 322 million rand loss per month, estimated at 3.8 billion rand per annum. As of December 2015, there are now 7 participating banks using the harness verification service. There is movement from 3,682 branches and using 16,058 finger scanning devices. Bank transaction volumes are now 2.5 million a month and up to 150,000 per day. With regard to the insurance industry, the department has signed an MOU with ACSC, the Association for Savings and Investments. The verification of personal detail system went live on the 9th September 2014. Participating insurance companies have been able to fast-track the payment of valid claims in favor of beneficiaries who at times desperately need the funds, and fraudulent claims have as a result dropped, resulting in companies saving millions of rand. In 2014, 7,360 fraudulent claims were stopped, compared to only 2,093 in 2013. The value of the claims in 2014 was slightly lower at 402.8 million rand, compared to 524.6 million rand in 2013. And these figures are for fraudulent claims. ACSC has detailed the irregular activities detected in October 2015, which indicate the progress that we are making in regard to combating fraudulent claims. Our partnership has assisted greatly the financial services industry in meeting the legislative requirements to obtain confirmation of identification of their clients. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Dlamini, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the response. My follow-up question is on the contact center that you responded to earlier, that in your thinking, do you think it will support these activities that you are doing in trying to prevent the fraudulent act?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to Honorable Dlamini. Yes, indeed, the contact center will assist in supporting these endeavors, even though the combating of fraudulent claims will not be its primary preoccupation. But to the extent that people who are affected can be directed to the relevant channels, it will be of great benefit. But where the immediate benefit is realized in regard to this cooperation with the financial services industry, it is directly at the banks or the insurance companies when people come to make claims, either for valid or fraudulent claims. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It looks like there is no other supplementary question, so we proceed to question 59 asked by the Honorable Member Mitileni to the Minister, and I have a note here that indicates that the Honorable Member Voda will be responsible for this question. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Oh, my apology. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your time. We are now switching over to another department. We're going to ask the Minister of International Relations to then take us through, which is the Deputy Minister. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, our response to the question is as follows. The plan that is in place as an alternative to the International Criminal Court is the African Court on Human and People's Rights. The protocol on amendments to the protocol on the statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights was adopted in June 2014 by the Malabo Summit of the African Union. This protocol provides for the establishment of a third chamber of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights, besides the Human Rights Chamber and the Chamber for Disputes on International Law Matters. The third chamber will have jurisdiction over individuals accused of perpetrating genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression, as well as a number of other crimes. The protocol, however, will enter into force after ratification by 15 member states. To date, Madam Chair, no member state has ratified the protocol and is therefore not in force. Consequently, at present, the only alternative avenue for the prosecution of gross violations of human rights in Africa lies within the domestic jurisdiction of member states.
Thank you very much. Honorable Voda, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairperson. In the event that the South African government does decide to withdraw from the ICC, in what way will this impact our position with regard to other international agreements and international associations? When these are, if any of these are going to be compromised in any way, what measures do we have in place to ensure that this will be kept to a minimum? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, to the Honorable Vouder, we don't perceive that there will be any impact on any international agreements that South Africa has. Our accession to the Rome Statute was voluntary. Nobody held a gun to our heads. And so our signing of that statute was entirely voluntary and not dependent on any other agreements or treaties. And so accordingly, any withdrawal by any member state as a signatory to the Rome Statute and as a member state of the International Criminal Court will not result in any negative impact on any other international agreement.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think indeed the President said on the 1st of February that South Africa is seriously reviewing its participation in the Rome Statute and will announce its decision in due course. I think we can safely say that the Deputy Minister announced it. Your withdrawal from the ICC. Has this decision to withdraw from the ICC something to do with the attendance of Sudanese President al-Bashir at the AU Summit in Center in June 2015? Because this was after the North Gauteng High Court issued an order to arrest him. This court also ruled that the South African government broke the law and contravened the international agreement on this. Can you please answer, are you announcing it, Deputy President? And secondly, is it because of al-Bashir visiting the country? Are you in a corner with that one? That's why you are withdrawing? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I have no authority to make such an announcement.
Order, Honorable Julius.
I really would appeal to the Honorable Julius to have listened to what I had said, which is that there are processes.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Mohapi, Honorable Mateis, please don't start the chaos. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, to the Honorable Julius and other honorable members, there are processes that the South African authorities have to comply with. A number of processes. The final one is lodging with the International Criminal Court in The Hague a document saying that we are going to withdraw. From the date of the lodging of that document, stating our intention, another 12 months have to lapse before we formally withdraw. Before that, Parliament must do a repeal of certain pieces of legislation. That cannot be done overnight. So that's with regard to the one part of the Honorable Julius's question. I'm not going to respond about Omar al-Bashir because the matter is sub judice. Now, the Honorable Julius asks why we are wanting to withdraw. I'll give you one example. In 2014, Israel bombarded the Gaza Strip. Several people presented themselves at The Hague before the ICC and laid at the ICC documents asking the ICC to charge and prosecute all those involved, including the head of state of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, senior members of the Israeli Defense Force, and all other people involved in that bombardment. To date, we've heard nothing. So you see, when Africans say the ICC is not consistent, that is what the leaders of the African states are referring to. The whole world watched in awe as the Gaza Strip was bombarded. So what is it that is holding the office of the prosecutor in the International Criminal Court from taking the important decision that Benjamin Netanyahu and everyone else involved in that bombardment should be charged and prosecuted. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable Engelbrecht, and the last one will be Honorable Michalari.
Madam Chair, thank you, and
Order, honorable members, order, honorable members. Honorable Engelbrecht, please take your seat. I want to address Honorable Makua. Normally what happened, immediately after they respond, then we check. And these honorable members don't speak, they just raise their hands. And I have already written their names down. And when you just raised now, my apologies, sir. Continue, honorable member.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and Mr. Deputy President, thank you for that explanation. Mr. Deputy Minister, you have just confirmed that South Africa voluntarily agreed to sign the agreement to the Rome Statute. However, we have absolutely gone against our voluntary agreement. In other words, Madam Chair, I need protection here. I'm getting
You're
confused.
protected, honorable member.
In other words, we voluntarily signed the agreement. However, we voluntarily breached the agreement. My question, therefore, is, Mr. Deputy Minister, what has that done to our image in terms of the world view? How do other governments see us? How do other governments worldwide respect us? And how can we then show fingers to other countries if we are breaching international agreements that we voluntarily signed? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I'm grateful to the Honorable Engelbrecht for the correction on 4 occasions they referred to me as Deputy President. And I really have no such ambitions. I thought the Chair would correct both her and the Honorable Julius, but she saw fit to make the correction herself, for which I'm most grateful. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa, throughout the world, and in particular on the African continent, is held in esteem. Is held in esteem. There are many African countries waiting for South Africa's decision as to whether it will withdraw from the International Criminal Court. The understanding for our position is shown by the fact that they have indicated that they will follow our lead. So, yes, I repeat what I said earlier, that we acceded to the Rome Statute voluntarily, and similarly, if we decide to withdraw from the ICC, it will be a decision made by the leaders of this country.
The last supplementary, Honorable Miklaikis.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, if I may, let us forget for a moment whether the ICC is ideal or not, whether you like it or not. Let's leave that aside for a moment. Let's also leave aside for a moment whether the rest of Africa respects us or our position, or your position rather, and will follow suit. The point is, the al-Bashir matter was a breach of contract. An international agreement is a contract between sovereign states, and it relies solely on those involved states keeping their word. In other words, trust amongst sovereign states. Now, we breached that contract. Whether we had good reason to do so or not is irrelevant. If we can breach the contract in that one instance, what is the effect on the trust that other nations around the world will have on South Africa, or in South Africa rather, with every single other contract that we have with every single treaty that we have. If we could breach the contract or the treaty that we had in the case of the ICC, how can any other ally in the world, not only Africa, trust us again to keep our word with regards to any other treaty? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I am placed in a very awkward position with the Honorable Member's comments because in this matter we're awaiting the judgment and findings of the Supreme Court of Appeal. I'm loath, Madam Chair, to offer any comment at all on this matter, given that the SCA is going to render its judgment in the next few days. He says we're in breach. If the SCA rules tomorrow that we're not, what does that say? Hence my loathing at offering a comment or response to the Honourable Member.
That was the last supplementary. We move on, Deputy Minister, to the question number 41, posed by the Honourable Mtimunye.
Madam Chairperson, the reply is as follows. As decided by the SADC Summit, the Government of Lesotho has presented the SADC report of the Commission of Inquiry to the Lesotho Parliament and subsequently published it. It is therefore expected that the Government of Lesotho will implement the recommendations of the report. Through the facilitation of the Honourable Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, SADC is not only ready to assist the Government of Lesotho with the implementation of the recommendations of the report, but remains committed to assist Lesotho to achieve peace and stability, mainly through the implementation of the final report of the facilitator as it relates to constitutional, security, and public sector reforms. Thank you.
Honourable Mtimunye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Minister, amid our role as mediator in the Lesotho peace process, in any mediation you would accept that not all the parties come out of the process satisfied and happy with the outcomes of mediation. Would you confirm or not confirm whether or not our diplomatic relations with Lesotho are still intact and good amid our role as mediator in the Lesotho peace process?
Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, to the Honourable Mtimunye, I confirm that our relationship with Lesotho is, as it always has been, extremely cordial. We are very good neighbours with one another, and nothing has changed. The Honourable Member is quite correct, Chairperson. During situations like this, tensions will rise. Things may even be said that are misunderstood. But notwithstanding all that has happened, our relations with the government and people of Lesotho remains as it always has been.
The Honourable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Deputy Minister, South Africa is undeniably a major power in Africa with leading economy, especially in the sub-Sahara of 33%. I just want to check participation of South Africa in the peacekeeping process of Lesotho. Why is it so important for us to participate?
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chair, the reasons or the answer is pretty obvious in response to the Honourable Mohapi. Firstly, we are a very committed member of the Southern African Development Corporation of SADC, of which Lesotho is also a loyal member state. And so inevitably what happens to Lesotho or in Lesotho affects South Africa and vice versa. And so it is in our own interests that the situation in our neighboring countries are always peaceful and prosperous. Thank you.
Honorable Mateus.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Deputy Minister tell us why the Jupiters were kicked out of Lesotho?
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair, I have no answer to that question.
Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the SADC summit on 15 September 2014, it was stated that SADC will reimburse South Africa with all the total that they spent on resources during the mediation efforts in Lesotho. It was to the tune of 46 million rand, and this was stated by the Minister, Deputy Minister, the Minister of International Relations during oral question session in the NA last year, late last year. It was posted by Honorable Stevens Mukhalapa. I want to know, did we get this? I think it's just over 46 million rand. Did we get this? Did SADC reimburse us? Or when will did they give us a promise on when will they reimburse us with this money? Because as you stated that we are a committed member of SADC, how committed are they towards us? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, I have to admit to the Honorable Julius that on this particular matter, I don't have an answer. As to whether we've been reimbursed or not, I can't say. But I certainly take his word, and I'm not disputing that. But I really don't have
Deputy Minister, it is also not necessarily a question which arises from the original question. So can we then say, the Honorable Julius put that in writing so that we can then get a response to that question? Please. It's a question which any member of Parliament has the right to ask. It just doesn't flow naturally from the responses thus far from this one. So please put it in writing so that it can be responded to. We move on to question number 6. Question number 6 was put by the Honorable Chetty. Honorable Mikilaikis is responsible for the question today. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, our response is as follows. Yes, South Africa is prepared to take part in the efforts to find peace and stability in Burundi. As a former mediator in Burundi, South Africa remains ready and will continue to support the people of Burundi to achieve stability and development. Pursuant to the African Union Summit, South Africa has subsequently been invited not only to form part of the AU high-level delegation, but also to lead the mission.
Honorable Mikilaikis.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister, it's important for South Africa to play a leading role in progress and the defence of human rights on the continent. However, has the Minister or the Department consulted the Minister of Defence as to the capacity of our armed forces, both in human and financial terms, to make this proposal possible, and what was the outcome? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Well, I think the intention, Honourable Chairperson, is misunderstood by the Honourable Member. The intention of the high-level delegation is for 5 heads of state to go to Burundi and sit down with the newly elected head of state of Burundi and his government in order to persuade them and opposition parties to come together and reach some kind of understanding and agreement that will take the country forward. The purpose of the high-level delegation is not to be followed by soldiers carrying arms. I take it that the Honourable Member has misunderstood.
The Honourable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, DM, for your answer. Would you concede that, based on your answer, Agenda 2063 has a component that we call silencing the gun, which is quite critical that in order for us to achieve the components of the 2063 objectives, we need to start by silencing the gun as a campaign. Would you consider that this initiative is also part of that program moving forward? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I would agree with the Honorable Mtebe. That is part of Agenda 2063. As long as we understand that it is in relation to people like rebel groups, criminals and pirates along our coast and such like. And so my answer in that regard is yes, most definitely.
The Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. There's been reports that the South African government is providing or sending arms to Burundi. So can the Deputy Minister go on record saying that he has no knowledge of government or any other entities of South Africa and they're not supplying arms to Burundi to fuel the millions, well not millions, but hundreds of thousands of murders that are going on in Burundi at the moment and the hundreds of thousands of refugees that are leaving the country as well?
Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, to the Honorable Matthys, to my mind, there are no arms that came from South Africa to Burundi from the moment the conflict broke out. I do serve on the committee chaired by the Honorable Jeff Khadebe, which deals with arms sales and such like. And I do know that the minute the conflict broke out in Burundi, we insisted that it should stop there and then. So as to whether the arms sales prior to the conflict might have been used in this conflict, I'm not in a position to answer that. But that is my answer to the Honourable Member's question, Honourable Chairperson.
The Honourable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, like you have rightly said, it's important for South Africa to be involved and also to play a leading role in brokering peace in Africa and elsewhere in the world where we are tasked to do so. But what I would like to find out is your department and or government prepared to also utilize the presence of the other heavyweights we have, especially the former post-1994 presidents of our country, post-1994 former deputy presidents like His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, His Excellency Motlanthe, Her Excellency Mlambonguka, so that their experience also helps South Africa and the world in ensuring that we also get to our objective smoothly.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you to the Honourable Makua. The answer is an emphatic yes.
Kaula.
Kaula, my apologies. The answer is an emphatic yes. At present, the Honourable former Deputy President, Thabo Mbeki, heads a task group or task team of senior people in Africa to deal with the matter of the illicit outflows of finances from Africa. Our present, the Honourable President Zuma, was key to bringing about peace in Burundi. And that's probably why SADC felt that he should head the high-powered delegation that is going there to meet with President Nkurunziza. Yes, undoubtedly, that is the way we do things here in Africa. There are other heads of state, former heads of state, that are being used very productively in that regard.
Deputy Minister, we move on to question number 34. We had 4. The Honorable Wana posed the question to the to the Minister of International Affairs. That is question number 34.
Honorable Chairperson, our reply is as follows. 1, the Security Council needs to be expanded in both categories of membership, permanent and non-permanent, in order to provide Africa, Latin America, and Asia with a greater voice in the body. To achieve this, the UN membership is engaged in intergovernmental negotiations. In these negotiations, South Africa forms part of the Africa Group, whose participation is governed by the African Common Position, or as it is commonly known, Ezulwini Consensus. This consensus calls for the expansion of the Security Council from 15 to 26 members. It also calls for 2 permanent and 5 non-permanent seats for Africa, including the use of the veto. Africa is represented in the negotiations by the Committee of 10, or C10, established by the heads of state and government of the African Union. Honorable Chairperson, it is important to note that the Ezulwini Consensus does not address the question of which 2 African states will be nominated for election to the permanent seats for Africa once the Security Council is reformed. The reason for this is that the Africa Group wants a unified focus on achieving an expansion of the Security Council, which is the only way to address the historical injustice against Africa in its composition. Africa is of the view that a premature campaign to identify the 2 African nominees would detract from the urgency of reform and possibly lead to deep divisions that will not serve Africa's needs. South Africa remains committed to the Ezulwini Consensus and actively participates in the UN negotiations on the basis of the African Common Position. Honorable Chair, the rest of my answer is rather lengthy, and so for now I will hold back and make that my response for now.
The Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to appeal to the Minister in the point 2, because this question is aligned with the corporate banking system, whereas when there's a high inflation in the Bangladesh Bank, in the international, all those interests are coming back to us in the ABSA and the Standard Bank. These are all amalgamated banks. So I wanted to understand how far can you review those threats that if those international banks have lost their profits, they mustn't come and change our fiscus here in South Africa in particular.
Deputy Minister, you look...
I thought the question dealt with reform of the UN Security Council, Madam
That question looks at corporate international treaties.
All right. Honorable Chairperson, presently at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, there is a committee headed by Ecuador and South Africa that is tasked with looking at human rights and business. I would imagine, Chairperson, that the issues raised by the Honorable Wana will fall into the work of that committee. We recently met with Ecuador's ambassador to South Africa at her request, because the Council meets in Geneva soon, and I have no doubt this matter will be raised there very sharply. And so it is not only the companies referred to by the Honorable Wana. Presently in Ecuador, Chevron are responsible for huge oil spillages in the same way that Shell, Royal Dutch Shell, were responsible for spillages in Nigeria. Ecuadorians are suffering enormously as a
Point of order.
consequence.
Okay. I'm sorry I disturbed you, Deputy Minister. Please proceed.
As a consequence of these spillages, but the government and people of Ecuador are struggling to get Chevron to be held to account. So we agree with the Honorable Wana, but it's not going to be an easy process because multinational corporations have had it easy for many, many years, and they're not going to give up what they've enjoyed over the years, and there is proof of that in our consultations and negotiations with other member states. Thank you.
The Honorable Julius.
Honorable Deputy Minister, South Africa garnered enough support from the permanent members in the Security Council to support its candidacy for a permanent seat whilst fighting the reform of the UN Security Council. Because during a meeting of the UN on the 14th of September 2015, South Africa argued for the reform, especially for the amendment to the UN Charter, Article 108 of the Charter. And South Africa was not supported by especially two members, two permanent states on the Security Council, and those are two BRICS countries that we have strong allies with and economic ties with, and that is China and Russia did not support us. Did you make enough efforts to garner support from them before this meeting? Can you maybe elaborate on why are we still with the BRICS countries if they're not supporting us in this core thing that we are fighting for now? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, to the Honorable Julius, well, it's not only Russia and China that doesn't support us. The USA, with whom we have the AGOA agreement, also doesn't support us. Is the Honorable Julius then suggesting that we drop AGOA because of the lack of support from the USA? National interest works that way. For China and Russia, their national interests demand that the UN Security Council stays as it is. In fact, that is probably the position of all the 5 permanent members. So we're engaged in a very difficult struggle. It's not going to be easy. I'm not going to lie to anyone in this Honorable House. It's going to be extremely difficult. I think the rest of the world realizes that the UN Security Council in its present form is not achieving anything. One has to simply look at the conflicts taking place in the world today. The UN Security Council is missing in action. It's nowhere to be seen. And so our effort at amending Article 108 of the Charter was geared towards achieving just that. The way the UN Security Council was, its architecture is such that these 5 permanent members are intended to remain as is forever. So when those 3 men met in Yalta 70 years ago, that is what they probably discussed and agreed to. So the rest of the world then has to take stock and some hard decisions are going to have to be made. But it's not going to be easy. These 5 permanent members wield enormous power. But we are convinced of our own position. We are convinced that Africa deserves what is contained in the Ezulwini Consensus. We are also convinced that Asia and Latin America deserve permanent seats on the UN Security Council. And until then, it cannot be regarded as a democratic institution. But of course, I don't think it ever was intended to be democratic. So to the Honorable Mr. Julius, that's the only way I can respond to his question.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Mikilaikas. I did note you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, there are those who will also argue that expanding the veto right on the Security Council would render it even less effective. However, my question goes to the reforms of the United Nations Security Council, which builds on the fact that we are campaigning for, or that your government is campaigning for a permanent seat on this council. Now, you have indicated that part of that campaign is to get the veto right for the African countries as well as the other additional permanent seats. The Security Council, as you know, has the right to refer any human rights violations to the ICC. Now, if, as indicated, most of, or all of the African countries withdraw from the ICC, what is your government's opinion on the exercise of that veto right in those instances where matters have to be referred to the ICC? The United States has been criticized in the past by some African countries as well for exercising the veto right in a reference to or in referring matters to the ICC. Wouldn't it then be hypocritical for us to, when we get that right, to exercise that same right on the Security Council? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Well, Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Member is quite correct. I think it goes without saying that the veto right used by the P5, the 5 permanent members now, has been abused. They are just absolutely not embarrassed one little bit at using the veto right. So you're quite correct. I would imagine, Honourable Chairperson, that for us, this will be a process whereby we get the 5 permanent members to accept, in principle, that the UN Security Council in its present form has to change. If that, in principle, decision can be taken or agreed to, I believe that will lead to other important steps. And then the whole question of the veto right can be up for discussion. So, yes, I probably agree with you as to whether it's hypocritical or not. Well, presently, all 5 of them abuse the veto right. And so African states, Latin American states, Asian states will say, well, we believe we can do better.
Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Deputy Minister, I think this is a critical matter. In 2011, Ban Ki-moon, the UN head, confirmed that there's in fact, this matter of council reform is long overdue. Just before the General Council or General Assembly, an ambassador from US stated clearly that they are opposed for the expansion of veto vote. And he went further to say they would agree in principle for a modest expansion. Can you elaborate, if it's possible, on that?
Honorable Chairperson, you see, there's been little or no movement on the part of the UN Security Council since the three men met in Yalta 70 years ago. Little or no movement. Very patronizingly and paternalistically, they have agreed and said, okay, every so often, member states from the United Nations can join the UN Security Council. No veto, non-permanent. And then proudly announce, look how good we are to you. So I can understand His Excellency, the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's frustration, because I suspect in his own mind, and his term of office is coming to an end now, I suspect that he was hoping, against all hope, that during his term of office, there would be some concrete, real reform of the UN Security Council. And so that's probably why he said the things that he did.
Deputy Minister, that takes care of question number 34. We move on to question number 7. The Honorable Chetty had asked a question. The Honorable Mikilaikos is responsible for the question.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to ask yours and the honorable members' indulgence on this question. The Honorable Chetty refers to human rights activists. The correct phrase or word to use is human rights defenders, firstly. Secondly, a draft resolution was not sent, vote against sending a draft resolution. So the whole process in the question is rather mixed up. But in my response, through you, Honorable Chairperson, I hope to bring clarity on the matter. The official reply, which I'm going to read, is the following. The honorable member should note that there was no draft resolution entitled Human Rights Activists around the world that was sent to the UN. Official records of the plenary of the General Assembly at its 70th session reflect that South Africa voted in favor of a resolution on human rights defenders. Now, the background to that, Honorable Chairperson, is the following. South Africa participated in the regular session of UNGA 70, that's United Nations General Assembly, in New York between October and December 2015. During this time, 251 resolutions were adopted, either in plenary or in the 6 main committees. The only resolution that presented problems for South Africa was the draft resolution on the protection of human rights defenders in the 3rd committee. Procedural difficulties at the committee stage resulted in South Africa not supporting the draft resolution. Procedural difficulties involved the sudden introduction of oral amendments from the floor by the main sponsors of the resolution, which did not afford our delegates an opportunity to consult back home with the department as they normally do. Now, further consultation allowed South Africa to vote in favor of the resolution at the plenary stage. So at the committee stage, South Africa voted against. Between that committee stage and the plenary, there were consultations, discussions, and negotiations which normally take place on the sidelines of the UN, and flowing from those, when the matter reached plenary, the resolution had been sufficiently amended for South Africa to vote in favor. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa remains committed to the protection of human rights defenders all over the world.
The Honorable Mikilaikos.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, last year, I myself asked a question to your colleague, the Honorable Minister, of whether our foreign policy is still based on the principles of human rights, referring to our voting record over the past 2 years at the United Nations. And you might be aware of the controversies around that. You replied, or your colleague, the Honorable Minister, replied that it still is. let's give you the benefit of the doubt for a moment. You, as the Honourable Deputy Minister and the Honourable Minister, more than anyone in this country should know that much of diplomacy is based on perceptions. How are you going to address the international perception, even if it's just among some of our ally countries, that South Africa is placing loyalty towards certain allies of the ANC government above these principles of defending human rights? It is further concerning, Honourable Deputy Minister, that you mentioned that in the committee stage it was voted against the resolution due to the fact that we did not have a brief or that consultation couldn't take place, whereas the correct step might have been to abstain rather than to vote against it. So perceptions are created to some of our allies, and I would like your opinion as to how the department is going to deal with those perceptions amongst some of our important allies that have the perception that we are benefiting other allies of the ANC government to the detriment of our record of defending human rights. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Member is quite correct. When this matter was brought to my attention, flowing from the Honourable Chetty's tabling of the question, I have here a little note which says, 1, why not abstain? And 2, who took the decision to vote no? So I share in the Honourable Member's concerns. I have not as yet received a response from the officials in the department, but I do intend following up on it. As regards the perception and our friends in the international community, we are in regular contact with them, and I've no doubt that by this time they now fully understand why we went about it in the fashion that we did. That does not take away the question the Honourable Member asked, which is, why not abstain instead of voting no?
Honourable Members. Honourable Veto.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just cannot resist asking this question. It follows up from what the Honourable Michaelakis has just indicated. I'm wondering whether this government is still committed to human rights in this country, let alone the countries outside. Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Minister.
Well, we are fully committed to human rights in this country and outside it. I can't stress that enough. And that is my short but pertinent answer to the Honourable Veto.
Honourable Michaelakis.
Thank you for the indulgence for a second time, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for that reply and for undertaking to follow it up. Honourable Deputy Minister, I'm sure you will agree that situations like this, regardless of the circumstances under which they've happened, are extremely embarrassing for the country. One would expect our delegation, our diplomatic delegation to the United Nations, to be some of our most experienced diplomats that South Africa has to offer. With regards to your undertaking to follow this up, could you make a further undertaking as to the consequences of this decision, this voting record at the United Nations, should you find that the correct procedures were not followed by our diplomatic corps in the United Nations? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, I will do that, although the brief explanation I received was contained in my initial reply to the question, which is that during the committee stage, which takes place on the floor, the sponsors of the resolution started moving amendments orally. Normal procedure at the UN is that you share amendments with other member states so that they in turn can engage you on those amendments and make amendments to their amendments. So when the sponsors of the resolution started moving amendments orally, this is how they explained it to me. It then placed our delegates in that committee stage in a very awkward position because they couldn't then say, "Hey, hold on a second, I need to go out and make a phone call." And I'm wondering whether that wasn't deliberately done. I agree with you. The obvious solution in that situation was to have abstained.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We move to the last question. That is question number 47, posed by the Honorable Newton. Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. The reply to the question is as follows. There are lessons that may be learnt by both Southern African Development Community, SADC, and South Africa from the current immigration crisis in Europe. It would appear that the root causes of the current immigration crisis in Europe are caused by socio-economic as well as peace and security issues. Over the years, SADC has pursued regional integration with the emphasis on political stability and economic integration through the Free Trade Area Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, as well as the SADC Industrialization Strategy. SADC will have to ensure that these strategies are implemented in order to achieve political stability, economic development, as well as prosperity. South Africa will play her part in ensuring that these strategies are implemented in order to promote regional economic value chains. Thank you.
The Honorable Newton.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first thank the Minister for the response. I would like then to make a follow-up on the question asked about the issue of strong regional partnerships to sustain engagement on peace building. I just want to know, is our country involved in that? If so, what can we learn again from those engagements? Thanks.
Deputy Minister.
Person to the Honorable Nita, yes, we are engaged in constant discussions with our SADC neighbors to ensure that, that we have strong regional partnerships. The whole question of infrastructure development in SADC is a case in point. And so it is vital for all the countries of the SADC region that SADC prospers, that SADC is peaceful, and only in that way we believe we can ensure that what is happening in Europe doesn't happen here. Thank you.
The Honorable Timunya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The integrated African development, does it, in your view, Honorable Deputy Minister, address the problem of immigration of Africans to European countries? And in your response, if you can a little bit reflect on the progress made in terms of Agenda 2063 so far in a sentence or one.
Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chairperson, yes, I have to agree that integrated African development is crucial to prosperity on our continent. And Agenda 2063, together with the project that has been placed in the hands of our Honorable President, which is infrastructure development across the continent, all those things brought together are designed towards addressing some of the key challenges which the Europeans are facing today and which we must ensure never happen here. I take the point that the circumstances in Europe and the Middle East are not quite the same, but we can't rest on our laurels and sit back and say, well, it'll never happen here, because you just never know.
Honorable members, that was the last supplementary. I wish to thank you, Deputy Minister Landers. It is sometimes difficult to expect deputy ministers to deal adequately with supplementaries. I must also say that the House does appreciate very frank and honest responses. And I appreciate the fact that where you did not have the responses, you also were outrightly telling us that that is not. So I want to thank you, sir, for the time and for the effort. Honorable members, this concludes the business of the day. You are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the House. The House is adjourned.